Stock of the hour, and it's Walgreens Boots Alliance. The stock is falling as it announced it's going to have some layoffs, and it's going to do some stock buybacks at the same time. Scarlett Fu is here for a full report. Scarlett?
Yeah, David, Walgreens is the worst performer in the Dow and the NASDAQ 100, losing as much as 10% of its value today. The latest earnings report showed a loss for the fiscal third quarter. Net sales were flat, and gross margin declined as well. The full-year outlook came in better, or I should say worse than expected, disappointing investors. If you were to look at a Venn diagram of where Walgreens fits in, it's basically in the middle between healthcare and retail. It's on the front lines of disruption from COVID and longer-term changes in how consumers behave. So rivals like CVS Health are focusing on healthcare while it has to fend off Amazon's pharmacy ambitions. You look at the UK in particular, it contributes the bulk of the pre-tax profit, even though it doesn't come in as much when it comes to revenue. And in the UK was where things really fell apart. Traffic plunged 85% in April because of the lockdown, and that led to a $2 billion charge, David.
So what about back here in the United States? I mean, this was a critical element that we all could go to our drugstores no matter what. So you'd think they might have done better here.
They did do better. Comparable sales rose 3% as people rushed to stock up on prescriptions. But there's a divergence based on whether it was in an urban market or a rural market. We saw urban market sales drop 18%, and in the rural markets, sales rose 8%. So big split there. No matter where the stores are located, though, Walgreens spent more to clean stores and to pay employees. You could see that costs increased, and that led to a squeeze in margins for the period. So to address that, as you mentioned, it's going to suspend stock buybacks. No change to its dividend. Walgreens has a pretty juicy dividend yield of 4.9%, which is better than CVS. And over in the UK, where foot traffic dropped so much, it's going to cut around 4,000 jobs and says retail conditions there will remain pretty depressed for the rest of the summer. David?
Okay, thank you so much to Scarlett Fu for that report on Walgreens. Coming up here, we're going to get to talk with Glenn Hubbard, former head of the Council of Economic Advisors, now at Columbia Business School, about the jobless claims and how the U.S. economy is doing. That's coming up next, and this is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. U.S. stocks are falling on concern the increase in coronavirus cases will derail the economy. The Dow is down 411 points, NASDAQ down 53, S&P dropping 38. Unemployment remains stubbornly high. 1.3 million people filed for first-time jobless benefits last week. Big job cuts are on the way at Wells Fargo. Bloomberg has learned that tens of thousands of positions may ultimately be eliminated starting later this year. Another company is cutting Washington Redskins merchandise from its site. Amazon now joins Walmart, Target, and Nike in casting out the team's products due to its name. And nearly half of American households say their income declined because of the coronavirus outbreak. A new Bankrate.com survey found that layoffs, furloughs, and a reduction in hours were some of the big reasons for the reduced income. Donna Wilson, Bloomberg Radio.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but you thought it'd be too hard or take too much time? Then go to Babbel.com, download the app, and try it for free. In just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. And right now, you can try Babbel for free. Babbel starts out teaching you words and phrases by matching them with pictures. You won't believe how easy the interactive program is. Soon the sentences get a little bigger, and before you know it, you're having simulated conversations voiced by native speakers. And because Babbel is crafted by language experts and uses the spaced repetition method, in just 10 to 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking the language of your choice with real confidence. With Babbel, you can speak a language. Just go to Babbel.com and start your first lesson in the language of your choice for free. Download the Babbel app or go to Babbel.com and try it for free. That's Babbel.com.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Gathering world of renowned experts takes effort.
We have the perfect person.
Asking them the right questions takes Carol Mazur and Jason Kelly.
Is this possibly early indications of a second wave?
Bloomberg Business Week.
Silicon Valley will be forever changed by this pandemic. What's your take?
Are they paying off their balances?
Weekday afternoons at 2 Eastern.
That is a significant shift.
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. Some more breaking Boeing news. Earlier report, the FAA is probing possible inappropriate pressure being put on some of its investigators. And in the meantime, it's now said the Boeing 777X may miss its 2021 debut target. Top buyer Emirates says, that's the Emirates airline says that they may miss their delivery target at Boeing. So that's the Boeing news so far today. In the meantime, we also had jobless claims numbers out this morning, and they were a little better, that is fewer claims than was expected, but nevertheless, they remain pretty elevated. The economy still seems to struggle. We welcome now Glenn Hubbard, now with the Columbia Business School. Of course, he was the director of the Council of Economic Advisors under President George W. Bush. So, Glenn, thank you so much for being with us. We've got the jobless numbers. On the other hand, the equity markets really, although they're off a bit today, they've really been pressing up overall. The direction has been upward. Is there a disconnect between the equity markets and the underlying economic data at this point? Are we back risking what Alan Greenspan at one point called irrational exuberance?
Well, there may be, David, but it's not clear. I mean, the jobless claims numbers are good news, but there's still 32.9 million people on some sort of unemployment benefit. That's 20% of the pre-COVID labor force. That's not good. So why is the stock market high? I expect there's a few factors. One, the value of stocks, of course, is the whole future of earnings. And so if you're relatively optimistic about a recovery, most of the future is still fine. Second, the Fed's interventions have pushed down the discount rate for stocks and risk spreads. And third, sometimes we forget, the stock market's not the economy. It's dominated by some very large firms, some of which have market power. So the stock market may have irrational exuberance, but it's not obvious. But even if the stock market's high, it doesn't mean the economy's fine at all.
And is it possible we'll have a second wave here on the unemployment? I mean, I don't wish that to happen, but we had United Airlines saying they may have to lay off 36,000 people. Just today, we had Boots say 4,000 people. We've got Wells Fargo saying they're going to have to lay off 1,000 people. Is it possible as you get into the second half of the year, companies are saying, how can we have this be sustainable over the long term? We have to winnow our staffs.
Well, it is, David, for two reasons. Familiar in economics, supply and demand. So on the supply side, it may be that there's just not enough activity. In other words, that people have decided not to return to traditional activities. That slows hiring and rehiring. But the others on the demand side, we could have business failures as a result and credit market problems. So policy really has to provide some insurance against this kind of outcome. And of course, the virus itself may rear its ugly head again, which puts a lot of focus on vaccines and on therapies.
And Glenn, one of the subjects that you've raised time and again is the demand issue, whether there might even be demand destruction. Is there anything that we can do in a further round of stimulus or otherwise? What's the best plan to try to make sure we shore up the demand side as well as the supply side of the economy?
Well, it's a great question. I think there's two things, insurance and interconnectedness. And by insurance, I mean providing insurance that we don't fall out of bed in the economy. And by interconnectedness, realizing how businesses are interconnected. So on insurance, I would continue support for unemployment insurance, but not with the $600 additional benefit, which I think may have discouraged some people from going back to work. But there are ways to use triggers of state-level unemployment and replacement rates to provide some extra benefit, but just not quite $600. We also need to give funds to states to help make up lost revenue, to help support community colleges that are going to be critical in rebuilding and retraining people. We'll need to continue support for small and mid-sized businesses. These are things like the Federal Reserve's Main Street lending facility. And we need, finally, more support for work, what I and others have called a pandemic earned income tax credit.
Well, take us through that, because I think we're basically familiar with an earned income tax credit. How is a pandemic earned income tax credit different?
Well, you want to support low-wage work and give people reasons to go back to work. From my way of thinking, the earned income tax credit is already a strong mechanism for encouraging low-wage work. We need to make it more generous. During the pandemic, we could increase its size significantly, proposed in a recent piece doubling it, but also making it available to childless workers. That is something that would really provide a boost to low-wage work when we need it, and probably a bridge to future policy, but definitely in the pandemic. Remember, unlike in the CARES Act, we're now in a phase where the economy's reopening. Our goal is to help connect people back to work, and that ought to be our mindset.
You also mentioned the unemployment insurance support, that we had this flat $600 payment. Some people are saying that might have actually encouraged, ironically, some people not to go back to work because they could make more money by being unemployed. You have come up with a proposal with Jason Furman, another former director of the Council of Economic Advisors under a different administration, where you would sort of feather that down and tie it state by state into unemployment.
Yes, in two ways, David. One would be to make it as a replacement rate of wages. You're not going to get figures as high as $600, but you'd still get extra unemployment insurance. And second, to key it off the unemployment rate in the state. So there would be triggers. If an individual state had a very high unemployment rate, these additional funds would be there. They would phase out as the unemployment rate goes down. That does a couple of things. It enables you to have a program that's robust to whatever the shape of the recovery is. We don't know sitting here today whether it's a V shape or some other shape recovery. It also avoids having to bring the Congress back to take action every time we learn something about the crisis. It puts the unemployment insurance expansion more on a trigger program linked to the economy and not to politics.
Glenn, how do you go about putting together an economic policy in this world? There's so much uncertainty, particularly driven by the biology, if I can put it that way, of the coronavirus itself. We have Vice President Biden now running for president. He's coming out with a plan that includes things like Buy America programs and investing more in clean energy. Does Buy America work?
Well, one thing we've seen actually on both sides of the aisle is this concern for Buy America and things like that. I don't think it's the right long-run solution, but I sense the problem our leaders are trying to come to grips with, which is there are Americans that have been left behind in a very open economy, open to technological change, open to international trade. We need to be doing something about that. We do need to encourage businesses to have more resilient supply chains, which may mean having more in the United States. But words like Buy America aren't as effective as that, even though they may be a good political slogan.
So, Glenn, if you were advising either Joe Biden, the former vice president, or the current president, President Trump, in putting together an economic plan going forward, again, given all the uncertainty we have, what would you put at the top of the list?
Well, I think two things. One is because of where we are starting now in COVID-19, we do need this insurance that we don't slip much further. One of the problems in the financial crisis a decade ago is we declared victory too fast. So we need that. Going forward, though, we need a real emphasis on opportunity in the country, helping to connect people to work and then reconnect them to work if things go against them. Tangibly, that means support for things like community colleges. That means support for low-wage work. I would love to hear more of this from both sides in the campaign this fall.
Are our community colleges really structured in a way that will prepare workers for this century as a practical matter? I mean, obviously, there's a lot of community colleges, a lot of people go, but are they getting the training we really need for the jobs that will be there?
Actually, I think they are. Community colleges are the bright spot here. People often pay attention to very elite universities. Those are great. They're wonderful to have in the country, but they're not the foot soldiers for what I'm talking about. The problem when people say free community college or things like that, it ignores the resources needed to really stand up high-quality community colleges. A lot of state governments have had to cut community college budgets, or they've chosen to do so. We need something that goes back to President Lincoln's Moral Act of land-grant colleges or the GI Bill after the Second World War. It says we're going to make a massive public investment to reskill and skill Americans to prepare them for work. I think that's a huge winner economically.
Okay, thank you so much to Glenn Hubbard, now of the Columbia Business School. He's also, I'm proud to say, a contributor to Wall Street Week, which will appear again tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern Time right here. In addition to Glenn, we'll also be hearing from Larry Summers and from Dan Tarullo, the former Federal Reserve Governor. In the meantime, it's time now for First Word News, and for that we go to Mark Crumpton.
David, thank you very much. According to the Associated Press, the body of the missing mayor of South Korea's capital, Seoul, has been found. Park Won-soon, according to his daughter, had been missing for a time, more than 7 hours after police launched the massive search for him. The Associated Press also reports that Park's daughter had called police today to report him missing, saying that he had given her a, quote, will-like message, and that the body was found near a traditional restaurant and banquet hall located in the hills. We'll, of course, continue to follow more information on this story and bring it to you as soon as we get it. The United States Supreme Court says a New York grand jury can get President Trump's tax returns and other financial records. But for now, it's blocked out subpoenas for those documents. That is likely to prevent their public release before the election. Justices ordered lower courts to take another look at the congressional subpoenas. The case has tested President Trump's claim to protection from criminal investigations while in office. The president responded in a tweet, quote, "This is all a political prosecution." EU and UK negotiators are still far apart in their attempts to reach a post-Brexit compromise. The European Union's chief negotiator said today there are, quote, serious divergences between the two sides. They're trying to secure a new trade deal before the end of the year. The sticking points include regulations for businesses and the fishing industry. The coronavirus is flaring again in parts of Asia. Hong Kong and Tokyo are reporting record spikes in new infections. The resurgences in the Asian hubs come after weeks of normalized activity as people return to work and restaurants filled up again. Both cities marked single-day highs today. Tokyo had been mostly virus-free for nearly 3 months. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Mark Crumpton. This is Bloomberg. David?
Thank you so much to Mark. Coming up, we're going to talk to Senator Bill Cassidy, Republican of Louisiana, and also a physician, about the fight against the coronavirus in his state of Louisiana. That's coming up on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
Coronavirus proved that every aspect of our life.
Decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Thursday afternoon by the scruff of the neck. Ignore this gloomy weather and carve your path to success, which begins just down the road in Southampton at Solent University. After 3 years here, you don't just get a degree. You get a ton of support, real-world experience and connections, and interview fuel. That's why we're in the top 25 for student satisfaction in the Complete University Guide. At Solent University, we're ready for the future. Apply now at solent.ac.uk/clearing.
What would the world be like if we listened more? At Honda, our ears are always open to new ideas. Oh, there's one now, knocking on our eardrum. What's that? What if we made a car with cameras instead of wing mirrors? A robot mower that knows when it's time to cut the grass. A self-balancing motorcycle. And what if by 2022, all of our mainstream cars were hybrid or electric? Great idea. Thanks, ears. Honda, the power of dreams.
You always say the best thing you ever did was join up. I bet you don't get the same experiences in Civvy Street. Remember those incredible family adventures? And that feeling of being part of something special. We'd love to have you back. Go on. Feel the pride again. Search RAF Rejoiners.
Buckle up, race fans.
NASCAR is back in the driver's seat.
And you can cut straight to the action here.
With the Performance Racing Network on TuneIn, you can hear PRN's live coverage of some of this year's top events.
As NASCAR's top drivers, Kevin Harvick,
Clint Boyer, and more get back on the track.
Search Performance Racing Network to listen and see upcoming races.
Next time on the New Yorker Radio Hour, Kenan Thompson. He's the longest-running cast member ever on Saturday Night Live, and it took him years to feel like he belonged.
It just never seemed real for so long. Like, I had such a hard time even associating myself being on the show for a long time. Like, I wouldn't watch, you know what I'm saying, just because I felt like I was ruining it.
Kenan Thompson joins us next time on the New Yorker Radio Hour. Listen to this episode on TuneIn today.
How do hockey fans know what day it is? Just turn on the Locked on NHL podcast, where a rotating cast of hockey experts guide you through the week with a different theme show for every day. From big news Monday to recap Friday.
But we've got a couple of news items that are noteworthy in the NHL in the last week, one of which is below the NHL, and we'll bring that up first. So the AHL announced officially, this has been speculated for weeks and weeks, but the AHL...
Search Locked on NHL on TuneIn to listen.
Where do sports, culture, and basketball nostalgia collide? On their podcast, Knuckleheads, NBA veterans Quentin Richardson and Darius Miles sit down with athletes, musicians, and entertainers to get brutally honest, totally unguarded conversations about everything from current events to untold stories from the golden era of sports.
Kill O'Neal. You know that, right? I tried to tip dunk all the free throw line one time.
Search Knuckleheads on TuneIn to listen.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
Ready for some straight talk on what's happening in the MLB? On the Barstool Sports Podcast starting 9, Dallas Braden and Jared Carrabis cut through the BS to break down the league the way they really see it.
Yeah, we're continuing our little mini-series of college baseball coaches in addition to bringing you major league players from throughout the league. If you've been listening to Starting 9 for some time now, you know that we've had a big leaguer on every single episode for probably 2 years now.
Search Starting 9 on TuneIn to listen.
Wanna bet football can make you feel nostalgic?
Playing days are over, so...
On the podcast, NFL Alumni Lounge, Charlie Booth sits down with retired NFL legends to talk about their careers, life after football, and everything in between.
Mr. Darren Waller, good to have you.
Yes, sir, it's good to be here.
Dana White, welcome to the Alumni Lounge.
Thanks for having me, brother.
Big member of our NFL alumni family, the CEO of the XFL, Mr. Oliver Luck.
Charlie, good to see you. Thanks for having me.
We're here with the president, Mr. Eric Price. Good to see you.
Search NFL Alumni Lounge on TuneIn to listen.
Numbers were not so encouraging.
Yeah, so clearly it could be a lag time. One thing that we found out in New Orleans, though, most of the deaths were coming out of nursing homes. And the White House and CDC have put out regulations as regards nursing homes. People working in nursing homes are now checked weekly. I think that's the recommendation. So ideally, we're putting a ring levy around the people who are most vulnerable. And so if we do that, keep the cases from coming in, I'm hoping those most vulnerable will be uninfected, and therefore it'll keep our death rate down. But that said, if you have a population which has obesity, hypertension, diabetes, they may be younger, they're still at risk. So my warning to all folks is you may not have symptoms, but if you give it to the diabetic you go to school with, then she's going to have symptoms. She's going to be in trouble no matter her age. Please be careful.
So given all that, Senator, does it make sense to you as a senator and a doctor for the president and his administration to be pressing so hard for the schools to go back to actual classroom teaching come September? Because he seems to be really pressing on, I don't like this remote stuff very much. I want them in the classroom.
I am all for safely reopening schools, and we can do it. You know, the people that have paid the highest opportunity cost, given their risk of problems from coronavirus, is someone who's 5 years old. You're only 5 once in your life. And somebody says a word, and it's in a foreign language, but in context, you know exactly what they mean, and your brain absorbs that word. wouldn't it be great if we were all 5 our whole life? But you're not. you're 5, you're 6, you're 7, critical ages. The more you're out of school, the less that you're going to be able to learn. My wife's on the board of a public charter school that teaches children with dyslexia. High risk for not learning. So when school shut down, they bought computers, gave Wi-Fi access for many of these children who are from low-income households. They found that a third of the kids never opened their computer. Think about it. Parents are working. Child's home by themselves. No one is comfortable with computers in the household. The kids at highest risk, low-income dyslexics, for being left behind in our new economy were those less prepared to do remote learning. So we can safely reopen. We know how to do it. We just have to implement it to make sure that kids are not left behind, because not every family is equipped to do remote learning.
Yeah, that's a really powerful point. Senator, I want to turn to a different subject here, one that you brought to us, actually, and it's Amazon and maybe some ill-gotten gains being sold. Tell us what's going on there.
Yeah, so Amazon just put out an announcement to sellers. Beginning on September 1st, they will begin to display a seller's business name and address on Amazon.com. And so this is consistent with what they do in Europe, Japan, and Mexico. Backstory, I've been working on something we call the Santa Act, where a gang will break into a Home Depot, for example, steal loads of fertilizer, and they put it up on Amazon, they sell it on Amazon, and then they shut down their site. Now, Home Depot is out the goods, the sales, but we've actually encouraged a cottage industry of gangs that go through. By the way, I'm told that in the looting that followed the George Floyd protest, that there would be organized gangs breaking into a CVS or a Walmart, systematically taking drugs and other substances, other products out, and then it would come back up on these seller platforms on the internet, and then it would be shut down. This is happening. Now, the way to begin to get at that is to display the seller's business name and address. Transparency, ideally, will begin to give tools against these sorts of gang operations. So Amazon, we're going to have a conversation with them this coming week, but in response to our bill, I'm sure other pressures, they are going to begin to display that business name and address. That's good for all legitimate business.
Yeah, Brandeis famously said, sunlight's the best disinfectant. Would you apply that to political speech, too?
Yeah, I would. I think that it's a little bit caveat emptor, but on the other hand, the more that you know about political speech, the better. For example, there was a wonderful, just to kind of take this conversation a little far afield, there's a wonderful video where Ted Cruz is having a conversation with the editor of Psychology Today. And he says, the editor, that he voted for Hillary, but he thinks that big tech may have moved at a minimum 2.6 million, as many as 10 million votes to Hillary. Now, this guy is not, a Fox News contributor. He is the editor of Psychology Today. And he says if all you did was you knew from their social network page that people were going to vote for Hillary, and you sent a reminder to vote on that election day, but you don't send it to people that you know are going to vote for Trump, you move that many votes. It's a fascinating clip, again, from somebody who's a self-proclaimed Hillary supporter.
It is a fascinating clip. Finally, Senator, I don't want to let you go without responding to another thing that's in the news, this little folderol about your campaign funds being used for a membership in a club here in New York. I understand that your campaign saying nothing went wrong. Just want to give you a chance to respond to that.
Yeah, so we stay, it's a place where I stay in order to have campaign events. Some of that was, for example, misclassified by our accountant. It was payment for a room for a campaign event that was put in as dues. But if we did something wrong, we'll take care of it. Every now and then there's mistakes made. And by the way, I don't want mistakes made. If we made a mistake, I'm frankly glad somebody pointed it out. But some of that was a mistake of the accountant. So we'll figure it out. It's no big deal. It's not a lot of money. And so, every now and then folks make mistakes.
Yeah. Yeah, well, except for me, of course. I never make a mistake. Just talk to my wife. She'll tell you that.
Hey, let me talk to your wife. I have a sense that that's wrong.
Yeah, exactly. No, we're going to keep her out of this. Okay, thank you so much to Senator Bill Cassidy. He's Republican from Louisiana. Coming up next, we're going to talk about whether we're going to really find out who the president is come election night. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and on radio.
Working from home, take a little more time for breakfast. Tom Keene.
How will this pandemic change your NASDAQ?
Jonathan Farrow.
When you look at that sector, some of these companies won't exist, will they?
And Lisa Abramowitz.
They've only continued to increase the delinquencies and defaults.
Crunch data topped with fresh world news. Bloomberg Surveillance. Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. And now, watch us on Bloomberg Television.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology, makes innovation happen. The university helped biomedical engineering professor Tara Alvarez launch a startup that may revolutionize vision therapy.
Our startup through NJIT is called Ocular Motor Technology. We create virtual reality vision therapy in a head-mounted display. So it's gaming, and basically we're sugarcoating the therapy so that children and young adolescents don't even realize they're doing therapy. To accomplish this, we need biomedical engineers, which are here on NJIT campus, computer scientists, artists, people that are into story development, and then we're collaborating with a lot of the large pediatric medical centers. This idea of a startup culture is extremely important to not just NJIT and the National Science Foundation, but also to the U.S. as a societal whole.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Television and Radio. I'm David Weston. Well, we all know we've got some big elections coming up less than 4 months from right now. And we all like to gather around the television set or our computer or our radio and try to figure out who is going to be the next president of the United States that night. Well, this year, it may be a little more complicated than that with a lot of mail-in ballots and other contests going on. Something that Chris Ailman, CIO of CalSTRS, talked to us about.
I'm not going to try and call this election, but what I think is a risk that the markets will really focus on, probably not until about September, is the risk of a contested election. I really am fearful that this election is not going to go smoothly. We still will have a health crisis, questions about mail-in ballots. We may really find, just like the Gore-Bush election, and while that was only Florida, we may find this one locked up in the courts into November, December, and I hope not, but into January. That's not going to be good for the U.S. markets or the global markets.
That was Chris Ailman. He is the CIO of CalSTRS. And so we now move over to radio for our second hour of Balance of Power. Join us there. This is Bloomberg.
This is a Bloomberg Pursuits look at luxury. Can you hear it? The stomp of soccer players passing down the floor to pitch. It's the sound of live team sports returning to ESPN, thanks to some technical hoo-ha, such as microphones embedded in the turf, fancy drones capturing the action from above, and super slow-motion replays from cameras behind the goals. Fan seats may be empty, but the match between the league's two Florida clubs, Orlando and Miami, will showcase new features that the Disney-owned network has been planning almost since the coronavirus shut down live events in March. A lawsuit by movie theater Big Three AMC, Cinemark, and Regal against the state of New Jersey is arguing that keeping cinemas closed while allowing stores, shopping malls, and churches to reopen is an unfair and unreasonable application of the coronavirus lockdown. According to the suit, theaters will be running in 45 states by the end of July, and silent cinephiles are at far less risk than singing and praising places of worship. I'm Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
The doors are opening.
When is that moment out in the distant future?
Some things will be as they were, others forever changed.
The restaurant industry will never be the same.
Follow every new development here on Bloomberg Radio.
What do we need in terms of maybe the new school of economic thought?
Because the next best thing to magic is insight.
It may take nearly a decade for the U.S. economy to recover.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
The possibility of lung cancer can be pretty scary, especially if you're one of approximately 8 million current or former smokers at high risk. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know that now there's a breakthrough low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early, and it only takes 60 seconds. You stop smoking. Now start screening. For an easy quiz to see if you're eligible, visit SaveByTheScan.org. It could save your life. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. I came out in the 11th grade. Nobody was embracing you. The kids were cruel. It was very difficult to be gay. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma. The hard part was determining that I was going to do it, but I definitely didn't do it alone.
At age 30, with the help of her mentor, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
I have a mentor, Maria. She convinced me to continue my education and to finish what I started to get my diploma. Just never judges. She's a true role model. If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, go get it. You can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
From the financial capital of the world, 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. It is a down Thursday. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ are all slipping right now. We have got the S&P 500 index down 26 points, a drop there of 0.8%. Dow Industrials down 348 points, lower by 1.3%. NASDAQ literally just turning around, swinging from a loss to a gain. That gain, though, barely. It is up now by just about 0.5 point. So a mixed day for the U.S. stock market, with both the Dow Jones Industrial Average and the S&P 500 Index both trading lower. And this update is brought to you today by SEI. SEI, imagine your asset management firm's operational infrastructure as a competitive advantage. Let SEI show you how at SEIC.com/IMS. 10-year up 11.30 seconds. The yield on the 10-year now 0.62%. Gold pulling back today, retreating by $9.50 the ounce. Holding very close to $1,800, $17.99 the ounce, down 0.5%. Crude oil back below $40 a barrel. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.7%, $39.88 a barrel for West Texas Intermediate crude. We're keeping an eye on bank stocks. Financial companies are among the worst performers on the S&P 500 index, pushing the gauge to a one-week low as Wells Fargo prepares to cut thousands of jobs. Wells Fargo shares down 2.5% among some of the other bank names today. Citigroup down by 3%. Bank of America lower by 2.6%. It is 1:02 on Wall Street. Time now for the Market Drivers Report with a focus on American depository receipts. And here is Dave Wilson.
Thanks, Charlie. ADRs are falling more than U.S. shares. The S&P ADR index is down 1.2%, and the S&P 500 is lower by 0.8%. BP has declined 4.4% in U.S. trading. The U.K. energy company paid $1 billion to India's Reliance Energy for a stake in a gasoline station joint venture. And data from Azerbaijan showed first-half output from a BP-led project fell 6%. The UK's national grid has fallen 6.5%. The power grid industry's regulator said it's targeting a record low return for companies starting next year. The return on cost of equity was proposed at 4.2%. And another UK company, Rolls-Royce Holdings, has dropped 11%. The jet engine maker predicted its industry will take years to recover from the coronavirus pandemic. Rolls-Royce is borrowing the equivalent of $2.5 billion to help bolster its finances. And Germany's SAP has gained 3.7%. Preliminary second quarter results showed the business software maker's revenue beat analysts' average estimate in a Bloomberg survey. SAP reaffirmed full-year sales and earnings forecast, Charlie.
All right, we thank you very much, Dave Wilson, keeping track of those American depository receipts. Recapping on equity markets here, now looking at a 15-point gain for NASDAQ. That would be a record, up by 17.1% so far this year, right now showing a gain of just about 0.1%. S&P lower now by 23 points, down 0.7%. The Dow retreating 333 points for the Dow, a drop of 1.4%. I'm Charlie Pellett. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Balance of Power.
Everybody in the world has one common enemy, and that's to win the war against this virus.
The first thing you do is listen to the medical professionals.
Those people that lost their pay, we want to see that pay continued.
Where the world of politics meets the world of business.
Our priority is the health and well-being and the lives of the American people.
We want to make sure that we are continuing to support our hospitals.
We've unleashed our most potent weapon of all, the courage of the American people.
Balance of Power with David Weston on Bloomberg Radio.
The Supreme Court issues a split decision on access to President Trump's financial records. The Trump administration ramps up pressure on the schools to reopen, and not just virtually. And jobless claims drop more than expected, but remain stubbornly high. From New York, welcome to the second hour of Bloomberg Balance of Power. I'm David Weston. Last week saw another 1.3 million initial jobless claims, less than expected, but still at much higher levels than we've seen in many years. And continuing claims dropped to 18 million, down over 1 million from the month before. To take us through the job market and its travails, we welcome now Lindsay Piegza. She is chief economist at Stifel Nicolaus. So welcome, Lindsay. Great to have you here. What did you take away from these jobs numbers today?
Well, I think it certainly was a step in the right direction, as we did see jobless claims rise less than expected, and continuing claims, as you mentioned, continue to decline. But we're still talking about a tremendous number of Americans that are out of work. We're still talking about total applications over the past 4 months because of the pandemic, totaling nearly 50 million. So the labor market is taking small steps in the right direction, but it's going to be quite a ways away before we can start talking about a meaningful recovery in terms of the labor market.
And is there a timing issue here? We have the PPP, the Payroll Protection Program, in effect that would keep people on the payroll for at least some period of time. We also have things like bailouts for the airlines. We had United yesterday saying they're going to have to lay off like 36,000 people once that aid goes away. Could we be having a second round of layoffs coming up here?
Well, that certainly is the concern, that we started to see this improvement because states were reopening, because businesses were able to bridge that gap. But as you mentioned, when we start to talk about the deadlines for the PPE coming to an end, when we start to talk about some states now rolling back the very removal of the restrictions that we've seen just days or weeks prior, we could be talking about a whole second round of layoffs coming to fruition. And so a lot of this data could start to either teeter off or even begin to increase in terms of the number of joblessness that the rate of joblessness that we're seeing in the labor market. The June jobs report was certainly an improvement, but again, that is very stale, reflecting already weeks prior of what we had seen in the economy, and things certainly are evolving on a week-to-week, if not a day-to-day basis. So we do remain very concerned that we will see a higher level of joblessness going forward.
In a world of this much uncertainty and really significantly driven by what a virus does or doesn't do as a practical matter, how do you project out what happens next? Because it seemed like if you go back a bit into before the 15th of June at least, the economy might be coming back even faster than we thought it would be. And now there are some indications maybe there's some cracks developing.
Well, it's difficult to say. And when we rely on the traditional metrics of gauging how things are faring in the labor market. We don't necessarily have those at this point. Businesses aren't necessarily responding to the survey data. Households aren't necessarily giving us accurate perceptions of what's going on. So it is very tricky in this environment to get an accurate sense of what's happening out there in the labor market. But what we do know is, at least anecdotally, when we talk to businesses, they have been able to bridge this gap because of assistance from the government or other in a short period of time. However, because this pandemic has extended beyond what the initial time frame was or expected to be, we're now seeing that businesses are coming under increased pressure. And there's very few businesses that are going to be able to tread water without additional assistance. So then it turns to more of a fiscal and monetary issue. Is there enough assistance from the Fed? Is there enough assistance from the federal government? Will we see a second round package of stimulus? And that's where we start to see maybe filling in some of these holes that could keep these small businesses and individuals afloat for longer if the pandemic continues to keep us at this retarded level of activity.
You certainly laid out the critical questions. So let's take them in order. The Fed. Is there anything more the Fed can do at this point? They've done an awful lot, haven't they?
They certainly have. I think we're up to 11 lending and liquidity programs. So essentially the Fed said we're going to provide credit, provide liquidity to any market that needs it. They essentially threw everything and all at the wall just to see what would stick. And so I do think, to the Fed's credit, although arguably maybe stepping out beyond the bounds of what's appropriate for the Federal Reserve, they have tried to do whatever they can to help the economy remain afloat. So the next question is, from a fiscal standpoint, has the federal government done enough? And certainly there was this initial emergency response to provide additional assistance to individuals and businesses. Of course, there is a question of whether or not that assistance went to the intended recipients. But now we do know that the pandemic is spanning beyond June, beyond July, looking out into the second half of the year. It hasn't been enough to bridge that gap. And whether or not that responsibility falls on the federal government, that's certainly a voter decision or a legislature decision. But it seems as if there needs to be an additional bridge to keep these businesses and individuals from facing financial ruin at this point.
Yeah, there seems to be, and it's dangerous to talk about consensus in Washington, but there seems to be a growing consensus. Something's got to be done in the month of July, basically, on fiscal stimulus. Not a lot of agreement about what to do. The thinking was we shouldn't rush for the next round. We should take a little time, think about it, see what happens. Have we used that time well? Do we have a better sense? Do you as an economist have a better sense of where we get the most, forgive the expression, bang for the buck on the next round of stimulus?
Well, I think we can recognize some mistakes that we made. Going to the PPP program, we certainly want to give more narrow specifications of where those funds are to be received. They're not intended to go to large liquid businesses that don't face financial ruin if they don't receive some sort of additional credit access. So we do have to put more stringent guidelines for banks and businesses. As far as providing additional assistance to individuals, we also know that we don't want to continue to create a disincentive for people to return to work. We don't have great data on this, but anecdotally, we've heard from a number of survey respondents that there is an incentive with that additional $600 a week not to return to their previous position of employment, either because they were outright making more or because the hours have been cut, et cetera. So we do want to work around creating a disincentive to get some of these workers back into the labor force. So I don't know if we've necessarily used our time wisely. I don't know if time is ever used wisely in Washington, but I think it's very clear, at least to the general public, that there have been some mistakes made, and hopefully our legislatures won't make those same mistakes again.
Yeah, that's the goal. No question about it. Thank you so much, Lindsay. Great to have you with us. That's Lindsay Piegza of Stifel Nicholas. Coming up here, is the Trump administration trying to turn China into the next Iran? That's the question Bloomberg Opinion's Eli Lake is asking, and you'll want to hear his answer. That's coming up next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
openings.
Is there a likelihood that we have a sustained recovery?
Requirements.
Lawmakers have passed sweeping legislation.
Returns.
The president signed an executive order.
Bloomberg Daybreak with Karen Moscow and Nathan Hager.
We continue our Bloomberg Radio team coverage.
Everything you need now.
Let's head to Washington now.
Bloomberg Daybreak, weekday mornings at 5 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Right now, Doctors Without Borders medical teams are operating in some of the most remote and dangerous corners of the world. When front yards become front lines, at the crossroads of conflict and epidemic, where there are no hospitals, that's where we operate. Your response is critical to our response in places where few others will go. That's where we operate. Learn more at doctorswithoutborders.org.
The doors are opening.
When is that moment out in the distant future?
Some things will be as they were, others forever changed.
The restaurant industry will never be the same.
Follow every new development here on Bloomberg Radio.
What do we need in terms of maybe the new school of economic thought?
Because the next best thing to magic is insight.
It may take nearly a decade for the U.S. economy to recover.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Economics.
Ever wondered how people's postcode lottery works? Easy. Your postcode is your ticket. And every weekday it gives you the chance to win £1,000 or £30,000 every weekend. And every month players in your postcode could win a share of £3 million. Join in at postcodelottery.co.uk/radio before midnight on the 23rd of July to play in the August draws. PPL manage lotteries on behalf of good causes. 16 plus. Conditions apply. Play responsibly.
London. Toolstation are here to help get your job safely started and finished, with over 60 branches within the M25. All open with social distancing and contactless click and collect from 5 minutes. And with 20,000 top trade quality products to choose from. Order online now for collection in London branches and get £5 off when you spend over £30 with the code LON530. So, get your job started at toolstation.com. Terms and conditions apply.
What would the world be like if we listened more? At Honda, our ears are always open to new ideas. Oh, there's one now, knocking on our eardrum. What's that? What if we made a car with cameras instead of wing mirrors? A robot mower that knows when it's time to cut the grass. A self-balancing motorcycle. And what if by 2022, all of our mainstream cars were hybrid or electric? Great idea. Thanks, ears. Honda, the power of dreams.
Tuesdays at KFC gonna get you like, wow, pow, chow, kapow, get down right now. If you know how, then take a bow, because this deal's gonna raise a brow. Get 9 pieces of original recipe chicken for an eye-popping $5.99. What the... Every Tuesday at KFC. Participating restaurants ends 18th of August 2020. Tuesdays only, subject to availability, not available online.
How do we control coronavirus now? Listen to Claudia. She's a care worker.
I got the call from NHS Test and Trace. Told I'd been in contact with someone with coronavirus. Couldn't believe it. I had to isolate at home for 14 days. Couldn't go to work, couldn't go to the shops, couldn't get out to exercise. I didn't even feel ill. But you know what? To protect my family, my friends, my community, well, you just do it, don't you?
Stay alert, control the virus, save lives.
How do hockey fans know what day it is? Just turn on the Locked on NHL podcast, where our rotating cast of hockey experts guide you through the week with a different theme show for every day. From big news Monday to recap Friday.
But we've got a couple of news items that are noteworthy in the NHL in the last week, one of which is below the NHL, and we'll bring that up first. So the AHL announced officially, this has been speculated for weeks and weeks, But the AHL
Search Locked on NHL on TuneIn to listen.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Equities are slumping on concern that a resurgence in coronavirus cases will derail the comeback for the U.S. economy. Oil has dipped below $40 a barrel. Treasury yields declined. Financial companies are among the worst performers as the S&P 500 index falls to a one-week low. Wells Fargo preparing to cut thousands of jobs. S&P 500 index down 18, a drop of 0.6%. The Dow is now lower, paring its loss down 288 points, down 1.1%. NASDAQ up 35, that is a gain of 0.3%. I mentioned Wells Fargo shares, they are trading lower, down now by 2.1%. The 10-year, the yield now 0.61%. Gold down $9 the ounce at $17.99, that is a drop of 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.7%, now at $39.79 a barrel. Recapping, equities mixed, S&P lower by 18, down 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg Opinion, informed perspectives, and expert data-driven commentary on breaking news.
It is time now for Bloomberg Opinion, and today we welcome columnist Eli Lake. Eli, welcome. You have a terrific column out, and I'll tell you one of the reasons I think it's terrific, because you put together a number of things, each one of which I think I knew about, but I didn't put them all together as one package, and it has to do with how the U.S. is dealing with China these days, and a shift that may not be so subtle in what the Trump administration is doing.
That's right. I think that what we're seeing right now is, as I say, an effort to try to make swaths of the Chinese economy toxic to international markets. And it's really following the, Iran playbook in a lot of ways. We saw this, in the late 2000s and the Obama years, and it was effective enough, I would say, to bring Iran to a negotiation, although my view is that the negotiation itself was not an effective effort in the end. The agreement was not strong enough to make sure that the Iranians would not have a nuclear weapon. In this particular case, there's a broader set of concerns with China. Of course, China already is a nuclear power, but it is an effort to try to decouple the U.S. and Chinese economy in a deep way and provide incentives for not just American, but I think Western companies and index funds and banks to begin rethinking the kind of status quo that we've seen in the U.S.-China relationship for, really you'd have to say since the 90s at least, if not 1979 when there was formal recognition. And so that I thought was important to try to get out there as an explanation that even though sometimes with Trump he will reverse himself and we'll see all kinds of things that sometimes undermine his own government's policy, his government is doing something fairly significant, particularly since the coronavirus crisis began.
Yeah, of course, he comes out regularly and talks about it as the China virus, the virus that came from China. But give us a sense of some of the things that have happened. I mean, Huawei we knew about, that he's been on a warpath about Huawei. But it goes beyond that. There's export control issues that I hadn't really focused on. There is, of course, the push for redoing how they allow themselves to be audited if you're going to invest in their securities. Things like that, and investing in our pension plans, basically.
Right. Well, so there's the new accounting rules. There is now two major letters from very senior officials in the Trump administration to U.S. sort of adjacent pension funds, one for the Railroad Commission, the other is something called Secure Thrift, which is, for all government workers, saying you should really think about investing in indexes that include Chinese companies that support the People's Liberation Army, the kind of ongoing efforts in Xinjiang against the Uyghurs, anything having to do now with Hong Kong. Plus, there is the implementation of a series of sanctions for all kinds of bad Chinese behavior. It's not limited just to some of the visa restrictions and things that were just applied with regards to China's moves against Hong Kong. We saw today, almost, an hour ago, the announcement of what are called the global Magnitsky sanctions against Chinese officials who have been participating in, to put it euphemistically, the cultural re-education of Uyghur citizens in Xinjiang province. That's really significant, particularly since we know from John Bolton's memoir that the president, allegedly told Xi in, I guess, 2018 that he didn't have a problem with the Chinese building concentration camps. I think that'll be one of the great stains on Trump's legacy. But that nonetheless did not stop the Trump administration from imposing these kinds of sanctions that have, basically are targeting the individuals and their families who participated in this pretty awful, new initiative from the Chinese.
So, Eli, what is the goal here? I mean, you referred earlier to what the Obama administration did with respect to Iran. That was pretty clear. We didn't want them to develop nuclear weapons. We wanted them to get to the negotiating table and negotiate away that right. What's the goal here? We didn't try to stop Iran from being a theocracy. Are we trying to get China to stop being a state-run economy?
Well, I don't think that would be accomplished by these sanctions. But what I do think that you can say are realistic goals here is that this is all providing an incentive for U.S. manufacturers to rethink their supply chains that go through China. The risk may be too great. It is an incentive for major index funds to rethink their institutional investments in major Chinese entities that are connected to the state in ways that the U.S. government and others, have huge problems with. I think it's also potentially a kind of deterrent, maybe not for Xi, but for who would come next, that if the Chinese do not like the shame and the isolation that comes with some of their behaviors, that these are repercussions, that they don't like them, that they should rethink their approach and their aggression in the region and their repression internally. So those are laudable goals, and those are realistic goals. Sanctions alone are never going to accomplish a kind of regime transformation, as great as that would be. That ultimately is something that the Chinese people will have to do. But it is a way to also sort of signal that instead of taking the perspective that China's inclusion in the international community is ultimately a good thing because it's getting China on record to adhere to these kinds of rules of the road, these international norms, it's a recognition that we tried that approach for 30, 40 years, right, and the Chinese undermined those institutions. We see it most vividly with the World Health Organization and the COVID crisis.
Yeah, and one would say,
we see it all over the place.
Some might say with the WTO as well. Many thanks to Bloomberg opinion columnist Eli Lake. You can read more on this and other stories from Bloomberg Opinion at Bloomberg.com/opinion and on the terminal by typing in OPIN GO. Coming up next, we're going to be joined by the Michigan Attorney General, Dana Nessel. That's coming up next on Bounce of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Stocks are under pressure today amid worries that an increase in coronavirus cases will derail the economy's recovery. The Dow is down 356 points, S&P falling 28, NASDAQ is flat. Well, the number of new weekly jobless claims is on the decline, but still coming in above 1 million, so we're nowhere near pre-pandemic levels. There are concerns about ongoing layoffs, too, as increasing numbers of coronavirus infections puts the brakes on efforts to reopen. The country's largest employer among banks, Wells Fargo, is getting ready to cut jobs. Bloomberg has learned that the bank plans to eliminate thousands of jobs later this year. And Costco's stock is heading higher today after the warehouse chain posted much stronger than expected sales in June. Donna Wilson, Bloomberg Radio.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
How long will it take for the economy to recover?
How many of them have remained on the job throughout this?
People are not going to be in public transportation.
Nobody knows.
You have received £600 million from the UK.
But we can promise the most complete information and the most detailed analysis.
The question is, what kind of recovery will it be?
Through every twist and turn.
Would you be wary of investment in China at this point?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. The best of
Decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Thursday evening by the scruff of the neck. Ignore this gloomy weather and carve your path to success, which begins just down the road in Southampton at Solent University. After 3 years here, you don't just get a degree. You get a ton of support, real-world experience and connections, and interview fuel. That's why we're in the top 25 for student satisfaction in the Complete University Guide. At Solent University, we're ready for the future. Apply now at solent.ac.uk/clearing.
If you have to drive, then it's more important than ever to watch your speed. As London starts to reopen, there are going to be more people on our streets. There'll be more people cycling, more people walking to work or to the shops. If you must drive, avoid the morning and evening peaks when the roads will be busier. We want the streets to be safe for everyone, all the time. So watch your speed. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Minions, did you know Sky Broadband Superfast guarantees your speed? No, Stuart, it doesn't guarantee you'll win the game. Or that your video will go viral. Or that you'll match with the love of your life. But Sky Broadband Superfast does guarantee the speed we promised or money back. So reliable, it's minion-proof. Sky, believe in better. Sky Fibre Area's only speed measured to hub must drop below min download speed for 3 consecutive days. 1 month subscription refund. Claim up to twice in min-term after first fortnight. See sky.com.
Staying current on college hoops starts here. On the Eye on College Basketball podcast, CBS sports columnists Gary Parrish and Matt Norlander bring you commentary, insider information, and statistical analysis covering the entire NCAA.
The amount of earning potential you could have had there, or if you had gone to play at any other place with a chance to play in the NCAA tournament, win a national championship, none of us would have faulted Cunningham for doing that, but he decided this is where he wants to be in the face of a postseason.
Search Eye on College Basketball on TuneIn to listen.
Are you ready for the realest first-hand take of what's happening in the NBA? On their podcast, All the Smoke, former NBA players Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson bring their fiery intensity to the mic, dishing on the latest news and drama from on and off the court without boundaries.
Half man, half amazing. My friend, our brother, Vince Carter, man, welcome to the show.
Yo, what's up, man? What's up, my brother? Man, I'm good.
Search All the Smoke on TuneIn to listen.
Ready for a one-of-a-kind look at the NFL? On the PFF NFL podcast, Steve Palazzolo and Sam Munson interpret the unique stats of Pro Football Focus to analyze the league, uncover secret superstars, and discuss which teams to watch out for in the next Super Bowl.
Let's talk some football. Let's do it, Steve. All sorts of stuff. We're going to do most improved defenses around the NFL. Solomon Wilcots, our very own. He went into some detail over at PFF.com. Most improved defenses around the NFL.
Search PFF NFL on TuneIn to listen.
Looking to freshen up your listening on TuneIn? Head to the homepage to discover something new. There you'll see custom recommendations based on your listening habits, along with new episodes of shows you've enjoyed in the past. Uncover your next audio obsession on the homepage.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Balance of Power with David Weston.
Coming up on Balance of Power, making sure CARES Act funds go to the school children who truly need them. The Michigan Attorney General tells us why she's sued the federal government over that issue. But first, let's get a market check with Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much, David Weston. We are trading mixed right now. NASDAQ up by 23 points. Been a volatile session. NASDAQ higher by 0.2%. Both the Dow and the S&P, they're trading lower. S&P down 21, a drop there of 0.7%, while the Dow lower now by 1.3%, down 329 points. So again, a mixed Thursday. S&P down 22, a drop now of 0.7%. 10-year up 15.30 seconds with a yield of 0.61%. Gold down 0.5%, 17.99 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 2.9%, 39.71 a barrel. Equities are slumping on concern that a resurgence in coronavirus cases will derail the comeback for the U.S. economy. Today, we got news on the economy with jobless claims still running in the millions as the coronavirus ravages the labor market, while a barometer of consumer confidence weakened. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Jobless claims totaled 1.3 million last week, lower than the prior week, but the 16th straight week above the 1 million mark. It's historic and horrible and weighing on Americans. Bloomberg's Consumer Comfort Index, a nationwide confidence survey, indicates household sentiment waned last week at already depressed levels. Separately, wholesale inventories posted the biggest drop in a decade in May as the pandemic disrupted commerce. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Financial companies are among the worst performers on the S&P 500 index, pushing the gauge to a one-week low as Wells Fargo prepares to cut thousands of jobs. Wells Fargo down now by 2.2%. J.P. Morgan Chase down 2%. Citigroup down 2.9%. Bank of America lower now by about 2.6%. Also announcing job cuts, Harley-Davidson shares down now by 0.2%. Recapping equities mixed with the S&P down 21, down 0.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. David?
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. The CARES Act included $13 billion for state education, meant to ameliorate some of the effects of the coronavirus on the nation's schools and school children. Under an interpretation by the Federal Department of Education, the states have to distribute these funds without regard to the individual needs of schools or students, including both affluent districts and private schools, as well as those in need. Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel, joined by 4 other states and the District of Columbia, have sued Education Secretary Betsy DeVos, claiming that this interpretation violates the language and the spirit of the act. And we welcome Attorney General Nessel now back to Bloomberg. Welcome. It's good to have you, Madam Attorney General. So give us a sense of the structure of the act, how it was set up, and why this interpretation by the Department of Education is contrary to it.
Well, as you indicated, the CARES Act very specifically was structured to aid and assist in regard to our nation's response to COVID-19 and the global pandemic and how it's being addressed here in the United States. So this money that was allocated, over $13 billion, as you said, to the states, was done so specifically so that it could be implemented in concert with Title I, which helps to assist low-income students and children, and to aid in their ability to learn remotely and to be able to learn during the pandemic. And so that money was supposed to go towards things that, typically speaking, lower income, poor children don't have access to, internet access and iPads and Chromebooks and things of that nature. And if they go back to school and they're actually learning inside their schools, to pay for PPE for them. And instead, and clearly, that was the intent, and it was supposed to abide by Title I to specifically assist low-income students. But instead, Betsy DeVos and the Department of Education issued an interpretation which basically said that you're not just to look at and evaluate the number of low-income students that are in non-public schools, meaning religious schools, charter schools, other private schools, but that you're to look at the total number of students in non-public schools instead of just the poor kids in those schools. And so what you're doing is you're unduly enriching, basically, students and schools that don't need that money, that already have that equipment, and you're depriving, what is in total hundreds of millions of dollars that would otherwise go to and was supposed to go to public schools to assist these low-income students. And that's Betsy DeVos's MO. And I can tell you, coming from Michigan, that's what she's been doing for years here, is taking money.
I was going to say, she's from Grand Rapids. You know her. she's a Michigander in her own way. But give us a sense of the timing here, because the wheels of justice grind very slowly sometimes.
Well, we're going to ask for a preliminary injunction so that we can hopefully get an order from the court that this distribution of funds is a legal distribution of funds has to cease. But this is already happening. I mean, the money has already been allocated to the states, and the states are already in the process of distributing these funds. So really, to some extent, there may have to be an effort by the states to claw this money back in the event that we're successful, and I think that we will be. But, I think that's why they came out with the issue of this rule so quickly, because they just want to get that money out as quickly as possible, and in part because it wouldn't allow the states to try to fight back the way we're doing as quickly as we needed to. And I think that there are other states that agree, in addition to the ones that have already joined, but they have to do the calculus on exactly how much money their public schools are going to be losing.
Any real prospect of getting the money to the kids that need it in time for the school year? I mean, we're only, 6 weeks away now, something like that.
Well, obviously, I have my doubts about whether this is even enough money anyway to assist in getting kids what they need in order to be safe and protected at their schools in the event that they're forced to go back to the brick-and-mortar schools, as we've now heard the Trump administration and Secretary DeVos would like to see. Nor do I really believe that they have the money that's required to learn remotely. I think there's going to have to be a bigger investment because there's a lot of kids that simply don't have access to those remote learning tools that are so necessary.
As you say, the president and his administration really seem to want people in the classroom, whether it's public school, K through 12, or whether it's higher education. They really want, they don't seem to be big fans of remote learning. There's another ruling that's come out having to do with visas of students from overseas in higher education, basically saying if you're going to do it remotely, you can't have the visa, as I understand the way it works. Harvard and MIT have brought a lawsuit already. You must have some foreign students, I'll call them, from overseas in Michigan. You get some big universities there, University of Michigan, Michigan State, places like that.
Yeah, we absolutely do. And I can tell you this, I believe that very shortly you'll see an additional lawsuit that's brought on behalf of many states in this country in regard to that particular threat. And, it's appalling. I really see what the Trump administration is doing is they are using this emergency, this crisis, to carry out what was already their agenda. In the case of this particular, promulgation of this rule by Betsy DeVos, it's to circumvent public funds into private schools, which she's been doing for many, many years. And in the case of the Trump administration in regard to, foreign students that are studying here, it's to expel as many non-Americans from our country as they possibly can. And this is just another way to do it.
It's fascinating. So maybe some more lawsuits having to do with the overseas students. Tell us in brief compass, what is the situation with the public education in Michigan right now? How much stress are you feeling because of the COVID-19?
It's awful. Our school aid fund, I think we're running a $1.2 billion deficit. And, remember, we were already having problems here in Michigan, in part because of the legacy of Betsy DeVos. Over $1 billion in recent years that have been diverted away from public schools into private schools. So much so that, Michigan is now ranked last among the 50 states in student proficiency improvement, last in funding growth, decreased funding of 29% over the course of the last 10 years. It's really been awful.
Didn't used to be that way, I must say. Okay, many thanks to Dana Nessel. She is Michigan Attorney General. Coming up, Supreme Court saves the biggest and best for last. We talk about the end of the term. That's coming up next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
Hey, y'all, Jeff Foxworthy here. Now, if you've ever found yourself repeating the same thing over and over for 75 years, you might be Smokey Bear.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's why I'm filling in for Smokey to switch things up, because there's a lot more to say. And I should know because my grandfather was a firefighter. And one of the things he taught me is that the people that love the outdoors the most are often the ones accidentally starting wildfires, which means always BYOB. No, bring your own bucket to the campfire. And be extra careful with things like burning yard trimmings. Don't just walk away, or chances are you might be starting a wildfire. So for the love of the outdoors, go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Have you wanted to speak a new language, but you thought it'd be too hard or take too much time? Then go to Babbel.com, download the app, and try it for free. In just 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. And right now, you can try Babbel for free. Babbel starts out teaching you words and phrases by matching them with pictures. You won't believe how easy the interactive program is. Soon the sentences get a little bigger, and before you know it, you're having simulated conversations voiced by native speakers. And because Babbel is crafted by language experts and uses the spaced repetition method, in just 10 to 15 minutes a day, you'll be speaking the language of your choice with real confidence. With Babbel, you can speak a language. Just go to Babbel.com and start your first lesson in the language of your choice for free. Download the Babbel app or go to Babbel.com and try it for free. That's Babbel.com.
The world's financial decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Thursday evening by the scruff of the neck. Ignore this gloomy weather and carve your path to success, which begins just down the road in Southampton at Solent University. After 3 years here, you don't just get a degree. You get a ton of support, real-world experience and connections, and interview fuel. That's why we're in the top 25 for student satisfaction in the Complete University Guide. At Solent University, we're ready for the future. Apply now at solent.ac.uk/clearing.
At Halfords, we're here to get you where you want to be. We can replace your battery at over 700 stores and garages, or even at your home or work with our mobile experts, so you can enjoy an engine that starts first time, every time, and start enjoying the open road again.
Are we nearly there yet?
From battery replacements to tyre fittings to MOTs, there really is no job too big or too small. Halfords, for life's journeys.
The big Volkswagen event is now on. If you're after an approved used Volkswagen, for a limited time, you can buy one with 2 years warranty, 2 years MOT cover, 2 years roadside assistance, and 2 services all included at 8.9% APR representative. Hello, sir. Do any take your fancy?
I need to sit down.
The big Volkswagen event. With every type of car on offer, you may have trouble choosing. With Solutions Personal Contract Plan until 12th of July. At participating retailers on used Volkswagens aged between 90 days and 60 months only. Indemnities may be required. Warranty valid for vehicles up to 100,000 miles at activation. MOT cover is up to 2 years and is underwritten by UK General Insurance Limited. Volkswagen Finance. Contact your local retailer.
How do we control coronavirus now? Here's Michael, a delivery driver.
All day, every day, I'm seeing people. Last thing I want to do is give anyone coronavirus. So the first sign of a cough, soon as my temperature rises, any loss of taste or smell, I'm staying in, booking a test, only going out to get it done. I mean, you want to know straight away, right? That's how we protect each other.
To get a test, go to nhs.uk/coronavirus or call 119. Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
Are you ready for the realest first-hand take of what's happening in the NBA? On their podcast, All the Smoke, former NBA players Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson bring their fiery intensity to the mic, dishing on the latest news and drama from on and off the court without boundaries.
Half man, half amazing. My friend, our brother, Vince Carter, man. Welcome to the show.
Yo, what's up, man?
What's up, my brother?
Man,
Search All the Smoke on TuneIn to listen.
Ready to talk brass tacks on what's happening in Major League Baseball? Turn to the Effectively Wild podcast from Fangraphs for daily statistics, analysis, and commentary.
One team will say, yeah, we're going to keep paying minor leaguers their stipend, and another team will say, we're going to extend the stipend through this month, and then another team will say, nope, we're cutting them off. So are extending it at least through August, which would basically be the end of the minor league regular season.
Search Effectively Wild on TuneIn to listen.
This is Mike Golick Jr. from ESPN's Golick and Wingo. Every morning, Wingo, Dad, and I sit down and discuss all the news, drama, and highlights spinning the sports world that day. And with TuneIn, you can hear us whenever and wherever you go. Just search Golick and Wingo to start listening today.
Where do hockey and pop culture coexist?
So let me get this straight.
you would be able to name more people nostalgically than currently. This doesn't
Come on,
it's
crazy. I know.
Other podcast Puck Soup NHL analyst Greg Wyshynski, Sean McAdoo, and Ryan Lambert chase the conversational biscuit up and down the ice, skating between serious discussion on what's happening in pro hockey to irreverent opinions on movies, fast food, and life in general. Search Puck Soup on TuneIn to listen.
4 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks are dropping with the virus spreading. S&P trading lower right now. We've got NASDAQ higher. The Dow is also lower. S&P 500 index down 25 points, down 0.8%. The Dow is down 351, down 1.4%. NASDAQ up 7 points, up by less than 0.1%. The 10-year up 18.30 seconds. The yield on the 10-year now 0.60%. Gold is down $8 the ounce at $1,800 even, a drop of 0.5%. And crude, West Texas Intermediate crude, now down 2.9%, $39.71 a barrel. Again, WTI down 2.9%. Brent, the global benchmark, $42.34, down by 2.2%. So again, a Thursday swoon for the U.S. stock market. S&P down 25, a drop there of 0.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of Power continues. Once again, here's your host, David Weston.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet. The Supreme Court of the United States completed its term today, handing down the long-awaited decisions on access to President Trump's financial records. Here to take us through what the court decided is Jonathan Adler. He's professor of law at Case Western Reserve University and also the editor of the book Business and the Roberts Court. So, Professor, thank you so much for being here. I mean, I described it sort of like a split decision. I mean, technically neither case is thoroughly disposed of, but it sort of came out different ways depending on whether it's a prosecutor and a grand jury that wants it or the House of Representatives.
Yes, so the first case involved the grand jury subpoena from New York. This is part of a criminal investigation being done by the New York County District Attorney's Office. And the court there, 7-2, concluded that the president's claims of immunity from criminal investigation are without merit, that the president can raise specific objections to specific requests and identify ways in which a request might interfere with his performance of his duties, but a broad claim of immunity is a non-starter. The court was actually unanimous on that immunity point, but 7-2 in terms of the breadth with which the grand jury subpoenas could operate. In the other case involving Congress, 3 congressional subpoenas, the court there, also 7-2, rejected both the president's claims of fairly broad immunity from congressional oversight, but also rejected the House of Representatives' broad claims of effectively being able to get whatever information it wants for any purposes. And there the court basically said that Congress has to be able to identify with some particularity how demands for private personal information not related to the president's conduct of his official duties, relates to the specific legislative objectives that Congress can and is pursuing. And so, that case, I think, struck a careful balance between Congress's legitimate needs to be able to obtain information related to financial disclosure, financial corruption, potential conflicts of interest the president might have, but also recognizing that Congress's oversight powers, like all legislative powers, do have limits.
Now, a point you made there, I think, is important through both cases, which these are private financial documents. This is not relating to secret communications within the Oval Office or memoranda written by the president, things like that, which on the one hand, in the New York case, that's the grand jury case, it said this is not going to impinge on the president's ability to do his business. I suppose in the other case, the House of Representatives subpoena, they're saying, well, but if it really doesn't have anything to do with what he's doing in office, why do you need it? What's your legislative purpose then?
Right. So the fact that these were not official documents means there's no claim of executive privilege. Right. So this is not like the Watergate cases where Nixon's claiming executive privilege. And in the context of the New York District Attorney case, the fact that they are private documents actually cuts in favor of the subpoenas because we have a president, not a king. The president in his personal financial affairs is like the rest of us, and therefore has to be subject to legal process, much like Bill Clinton had to be subject to the civil litigation filed by Paula Jones. But the fact that this is private, non-official information in some respects cuts against Congress, because Congress is a legislative body. It's not a judicial body. It doesn't have the power to enforce the criminal laws, and its power to investigate private wrongdoing is circumscribed by its need to do so to pursue legislative objectives, or in the alternative, it would perhaps have broader authority in the context of an impeachment proceeding. But it's important to note that in the case the Supreme Court was considering today, Congress was not seeking information as part of an impeachment inquiry, but rather it was claiming it needed these documents to help it craft future legislation.
There's another distinction. I'm not saying the court took this into account, and I'm not sure that it could, but giving information to a grand jury and giving it to the Congress is different in the likelihood of it becoming public.
That is true. I mean, that is certainly important. That I think one thing the court was sensitive to in the congressional subpoena case is that given the highly polarized nature of our politics today, it's easy to imagine Congress seeking information not for a legislative purpose, but for political advantage. And the court noted that, and the court noted that it's worried about that. And in fact, this was a concern in the oral argument we saw shared by justices across the political spectrum. Most notably, Justice Breyer, who was a Clinton appointee to the court, pointed out that whatever rule the court came up with in this case would apply to a future Senator McCarthy demanding information from a future President Roosevelt or President Truman, and that it would be a mistake to create a rule for all time based on our views of the particulars of this president or this Congress. And the court was very, very concerned about that. In the grand jury context, that could be a concern, right? Could be a concern that a local district attorney or a local prosecutor is pursuing the president for political reasons. But because of grand jury secrecy, because of the limited nature of local criminal jurisdiction, that was less of a concern in that case.
Step back with me just for a moment, Professor. As I say, you were the editor of the book Business in the Roberts Court. You've written about Chief Justice Roberts. This is the last day of this term of the court, which was momentous in various ways, including having virtual hearings as people came in by Zoom and things like that. But I've heard it said that this was the term of the court where it became truly the Roberts Court. Do you agree with that? And if so, what does it mean to be the Roberts Court?
Well, I think so in many respects. I mean, previously, when Justice Kennedy was on the court, he was the deciding vote in so many cases. And if you knew how Justice Kennedy was going to come out, you almost always knew how the court was going to come out. This term, in all but two cases, if you knew how the Chief Justice was going to rule, you knew what the outcome was going to be. The Chief Justice only dissented in two cases the entire term, and only wrote one dissent. And so in that respect, it's the Roberts Court in that his view of the issue often controls what the court has done. It's also been the Roberts Court in that I think the court has been reluctant to overturn precedent. The biggest case overturning precedent this term was one of the cases the Chief dissented in. The court has generally issued narrow rulings, and even when it's done fairly big things, like with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and declaring its structure unconstitutional, the remedy the court actually ended up endorsing, in an opinion by the Chief Justice, was very narrow.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It's fascinating. In fact, in one case, he actually said that we have to stick with precedent and that he had dissented in the case that was the precedent. So he was disagreeing with himself. Thank you so much, Professor Jonathan Adler of Case Western Reserve University. That does it for Balance of Power for today. I'm David Weston, and this is Bloomberg.
This pandemic is a...
Decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Thursday evening by the scruff of the neck. Ignore this gloomy weather and carve your path to success, which begins just down the road in Southampton at Solent University. After 3 years here, you don't just get a degree. You get a ton of support, real-world experience and connections, and interview fuel. That's why we're in the top 25 for student satisfaction in the Complete University Guide. At Solent University, we're ready for the future. Apply now at solent.ac.uk/clearing.
I was offered one.
I was offered one. Were you?
Yeah, I was offered one too.
1 2 1 2. I was offered one.
I was offered one.
Don't take our word for it. 9 out of 10 people said they were offered a great value deal with O2. Get yours today, in-store, online, or by phone.
I was offered one too. O2 Retail Exit Survey 309 of 348 agreed with the statement. O2 offered me a great value deal. For full verification, see o2.co.uk/terms.
London. Toolstation are here to help get your job safely started and finished. With over 60 branches within the M25. All open with social distancing and contactless click and collect from 5 minutes. And with 20,000 top trade quality products to choose from. Order online now for collection in London branches and get £5 off when you spend over £30 with the code LON530. So, get your job started at toolstation.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Nissan Sunderland factory is building cars again, and we're ready to get Britain moving. That's why this summer, selected Nissan models come with a 3-month payment holiday, plus free roadside assistance, all at only 0% APR representative. We've built the cars, we've built the offers. Now it's time to get you back in the driving seat. See how we can help you at nissan.co.uk/payment holiday. And together, let's move beyond. PCP Nissan Finance. Order and register by 30th September 2020. Participating dealers only. Nissan. Innovation that excites. Make sure you don't miss out by visiting Westway Nissan.
Nothing phases the Money Calm Bull because his bills are under control with Money Supermarket. Even this. The dentist, not a flicker of anxiety. Fox is making love. This laugh. He's calmer than a banana. So, be like the Money Calm Bull. Get money calm. Money Supermarket.
24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Mazur and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
Live from New York and live from New Jersey, streaming on YouTube. Check it out. It is Thursday, July 9th, 2020. And Jason, check out the headlines. We've got the virus surging. We've got big banks looking at layoffs and a lot of companies going bankrupt. What do they all have in common?
They're all dealing with this virus, and I think dealing with it in a way that maybe we wouldn't have expected 2 or 3 weeks ago. We are in this netherworld in a lot of ways, this limbo that everybody wants to get out of, and yet so many caution signs out there across so many industries and across the economy. And by the way, we're on the eve of earnings season.
Right. And listen, we're going to find out exactly the impact of the virus and whether or not companies and CEOs have visibility. That's just around the corner. So lots to cover over the next few hours. Let's get you going, though, on this Thursday with a check on that trading day. Here is Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. Happy Thursday to you both. We've got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ trading mixed right now. NASDAQ's been swinging between gains and losses. Both the Dow and the S&P are trading lower. Let's give you the numbers first, give you the story behind the numbers in a moment. S&P now lower by 27. It is down by 0.9%. Dow Industrials have slumped 373 points, down 1.4%. NASDAQ holding on to a gain barely. It is up now by 3 points, up by 0.04%. We've got the 10-year up 1930 seconds. The yield now 0.60% on the 10-year. Gold down 0.4%. Precious metal now at $18.01 the ounce, and crude oil dropping 3.3% now, down $1.33 a barrel, $30 $39.57 on West Texas Intermediate crude. So again, recapping equities mix here, 26-point drop in the S&P, down by 0.8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Let's jump right into setting the Business Week agenda because it's important for us to sort of figure out this place and time. Carol, I'm grateful to you for so many reasons, but one of the reasons these days is you remind me what day it is at the top of the show, which, as anyone who is a regular listener knows, sometimes I forget. We all forget.
Sometimes I feel like I need a dartboard or something just to get me close to whatever day it is.
It's a day. All right, Gina Martin-Adams is with us again, Chief Equity Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. She's in New Jersey, as is Dave Wilson, stocks editor for Bloomberg, author of Chart and Stock of the Day. So, Dave, give us quickly the contours of this trade. You heard the numbers from Charlie Pellet. What do we need to know? How do you describe it?
Well, it's another day where technology stocks are not enough to bolster the market here because if you look through the 11 main industry groups in the S&P 500, you see that tech stocks are actually marginally higher. So is this consumer discretionary category with retailers and a whole bunch of other industries. And they've really been mainstays of the market going all the way back to 2009 in that 11-year bull market we had. And you look at what's done relatively poorly of late. Energy companies, financial companies, and indeed they are the worst performers on the day. So it really has a look of maybe some concern that perhaps, the economy doesn't hold up so well. And, when you think about Wells Fargo potentially letting thousands of people go, as, we reported based on what people were telling us, I mean, you can kind of understand why people would back away from stocks here, and that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, well, listen, we certainly are seeing that trade, and I feel like it's a bit tortured this week. Gina, come on in. Your story on the Bloomberg, your research, earnings read for the second quarter isn't about a beat or miss, but the long game. And I do feel like I want to know what these CEOs and C-suites are seeing in terms of the economic outlook and what it means for their businesses, because I feel like every day we're seeing increasingly more signs of layoffs. We're seeing companies cutting back, closing outlets and stores and so on and so forth. So I think, I want to see what they are seeing at this point.
Yeah, and I think you're certainly not alone. I think most investors would like to get some visibility with respect to the outlook. I mean, in the first quarter earnings season, we could pretty much write off. Through the course of the first quarter, we wrote off any expectation for growth to emerge in the second quarter. And so we've started to see over the last month a little bit of incremental improvement in that second quarter expectation, though analysts are still expecting a record decline of 43% year-over-year in EPS. So it really is a matter of, well, where do we go from here? If companies are cutting costs, that's generally fine and a positive sign for future margin growth, if they can also confirm that in the future they might see a little bit of sales growth. And I think that that's the big if right now is there's very little conviction in what analyst estimates imply, and that is double-digit earnings growth in 2021 and in 2022. And unless companies start to back up those estimates, it's going to be really hard for stocks to find their next leg higher.
Right, because the market, and I feel like equity investors are already pricing in so much of this enthusiasm, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think equity investors are pricing in extraordinary policy accommodation more than anything, right? I mean, I think that was what the re-rating was about, is we had obviously the biggest decline in stocks since the Great Depression in the first quarter, as is well reported, the biggest increase in stocks since, I believe, the 1980s in the second quarter. So it's been a very, very volatile move, but most of that was, at first, we priced in severe recession, and then in the second quarter, we priced in a new policy realm, extremely low interest rates into perpetuity, effectively. So now we've got to figure out, well, what is our next stimulus to move? And the next stimulus to move almost inevitably has to be some improvement. We call it from survival to revival evidence in the corporate earnings stream. And there's just very little conviction that that's going to happen anytime in the next few weeks.
Survival to revival. That's a new T-shirt for me, Jason.
There you go. Add it to the list.
Gina, we have a list that we've been keeping over the last 4 months of just really clever things and things that are so apropos in terms of our environment.
All right. Gina Martin-Adams, thank you so much. Chief Equity Strategist, of course, for Bloomberg Intelligence. Dave Wilson, give us a quick tease for your chart of the day.
Oh, goodness. I mean, what you're talking about there is looking forward and you're really seeing things getting a bit extreme here when you look at technology stocks.
Oh, all right. I like that you've been taking on this tech rally, Dave. It's good. It's good.
Well,
I like the numbers you're putting around.
Center for investors.
Yeah.
How could you not? And you're seeing historical context going back to 2000 in a lot of cases. In this one, we're talking about 2004.
All right. Good tease. We're going to talk to you at 3:30, the bottom of the 3 o'clock hour, and then again at the top of the 4 after the market closes. Carol, we got a lot to do today.
Well, and I think it's interesting that you just said that about with Dave about the tech rally. We're going to talk about that with Kathy Wood because I love catching up with her, and she has been consistently a top-performing ETF fund manager, investing in innovation, disruption. She's had great calls on names like Tesla, Amazon, you name it. So we're going to check in with her about that tech rally and also see what she has to say about, where the opportunities continue to be. She's also playing in that healthcare area, big-time biotech. So we'll see what she has to say about that.
Well, and important, at least for me, I hear ETF, and I'm like, all right, it's sort of a set it and forget it. She is far from that.
No.
She's one of the best active managers out there.
Can I just tell you real quickly? I was checking out all of her funds. It is unbelievable what they've been doing, not just this year, but the last 5 years.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's amazing what she and the team have stood up there, and there's a lot of conviction behind what they do, and you'll hear that when she joins us a little bit later. We're also going to hear a conversation with New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy, your governor, Carol Masser. He's going to sit down with David Weston a little bit later on, and then we're going to talk about the Fed, but maybe not in the way that you're used to hearing us talk about the Fed. Here's a surprise, Carol. The Fed, bunch of old white dudes.
Yep, and it needs to play catch-up when it comes to diversity and inclusion. This is an important story, especially as we try to make progress, once again, when it comes to diversity and inclusion. So it's a great story on the Bloomberg. Speaking of that, what's up with D&I in the hallowed and liberal halls of Silicon Valley? Margaret O'Mara is back with us. Her book, The Code, Silicon Valley and the Remaking of America, it's now out in paperback, so a great voice to weigh in on this.
That was one of my favorite books of 2019. I'm going to say it. It was so good, so smart. So I'm really happy to have her back because Silicon Valley, front and center on all of these issues, the crises that we're dealing with, where are they? Where are they going? Important conversations coming up today. Let's quickly do the Bloomberg Business Week Bite of the Day. It's one number that tells us a lot. Today's number, Carol, 1/3.
Yeah, almost 13% of U.S. renters say they have, quote, no confidence in their ability to pay next month's rent. An additional 20% only have slight confidence in making the payment. That's according to a U.S. Census Bureau survey conducted from June 25th to June 30th. Federal and local authorities have imposed curbs on evictions during the pandemic, but there's really growing concern that tenants across the country are going to be at risk, Jason.
All right, let's head down to Washington now. Nancy Lyons is there with World and National Headlines. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Jason. The U.S. Supreme Court has backed a New York grand jury's bid for President Trump's financial records, while the court blocked for now House subpoenas that might have led to their public release before the election. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says their pursuit of Trump's tax returns will continue.
The path that the Supreme Court has laid out is one that is clearly achievable by us in the lower court, and we will continue to go down that path.
Both cases will go to a lower court for another review. President Trump reacted to the rulings on Twitter, calling it political prosecution, and he says it's not fair to this presidency or administration. Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden is in Scranton, Pennsylvania, where at this hour he'll be rolling out his plan to repair the economy. Bloomberg's Kathleen Hunter.
We're expecting him to lay out in a more specific way than he has thus far some of his economic proposals, specifically his proposals for getting the U.S. economy back up and running in the post-coronavirus era.
He'll follow today's speech with detailed policy proposals ahead of next month's Democratic National Convention. The Pentagon's top leaders are in front of Congress for the first time in months. They're being questioned on several major controversies, including their differences with President Trump over the handling of protests near the White House last month following the death of George Floyd. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
We're Working from home, take a little more time for breakfast. Tom Keene.
How will this pandemic change your NASDAQ?
Jonathan Farrow.
When you look at that sector, some of these companies won't exist, will they?
And Lisa Abramowitz.
They've only continued to increase the delinquencies and defaults.
Crunch data topped with fresh world news. Bloomberg Surveillance. Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. And now, watch us on Bloomberg Television.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
If trying to figure out the future of your business is keeping you up at night,
are you seeing it come back at all?
At least you have company.
What do you make of the most recent virus headlines?
How should labor respond?
You're hoping to get political pressure.
Experts, information, breaking news, all day, all night, everywhere.
Do you expect the euro to continue to strengthen? Why even have this hearing?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing, but not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. This breaks my heart, and it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and gives it to families in need. To help, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
The market's in focus.
Decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Thursday evening by the scruff of the neck. Ignore this gloomy weather and carve your path to success, which begins just down the road in Southampton at Solent University. After 3 years here, you don't just get a degree. You get a ton of support, real-world experience and connections, and interview fuel. That's why we're in the top 25 for student satisfaction in the Complete University Guide. At Solent University, we're ready for the future. Apply now at solent.ac.uk/clearing.
How do we control coronavirus now? This is Scott. He's a nurse.
NHS Test and Trace helps stop the spread of the virus in our communities. If you've got symptoms, even mild ones, get a test immediately. Don't leave home for any other reason. If you test positive, we can trace the people you've been in contact with and contain the virus. So get tested and protect each other.
To get a test, go to nhs.uk/coronavirus or call 119. Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
Nothing phases the money calm bull because his bills are under control with Money Supermarket. Even this. The dentist, not a flicker of anxiety. Fox is making love. This laugh. He's calmer than a banana. So, be like the money calm bull. Get money calm. Money Supermarket.
We're all guilty of spending too much time on social media. Why not add something genuinely useful to your feed with TuneIn? Follow @TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to learn about some of the best stuff happening around the app. You might just discover your next audio obsession. Who says only the experts get to do the talking? On the Scuttlepuck NHL Hockey Podcast, irreverent outsiders Mike Bond and Dale Horde give their untrained opinions on all things hockey from the fans' perspective.
I don't know how you get those guys out of there. And Crosby, as great as he's been, it's just such a different era, so it's tough with the... he didn't have the crazy number of points that Orr, Lemieux, and Gretzky did.
Search Scuttlepuck on TuneIn to listen.
Looking to freshen up your listening on TuneIn? Head to the homepage to discover something new. There you'll see custom recommendations based on your listening habits, along with new episodes of shows you've enjoyed in the past. Uncover your next audio obsession on the homepage.
Where do sports, culture, and basketball nostalgia collide? On their podcast, Knuckleheads, NBA veterans Quentin Richardson and Darius Miles sit down with athletes, musicians, and entertainers to get brutally honest, totally unguarded conversations about everything from current events to untold stories from the golden era of sports.
O'Neal. You know that, right? I tried to tip dunk off the free throw line one time.
Search Knuckleheads on TuneIn to listen.
Ready for a one-of-a-kind look at the NFL? On the PFF NFL podcast, Steve Palazzolo and Sam Munson interpret the unique stats of Pro Football Focus to analyze the league, uncover secret superstars, and discuss which teams to watch out for in the next Super Bowl.
Let's talk some football. Let's do it, Steve. All sorts of stuff. We're going to do most improved defenses around the NFL. Solomon Wilcots, our very own. He went into some detail over at PFF.com. Most improved defenses around the
Search PFF NFL on TuneIn to listen.
Want to get all your college sports news in one place? Turn on the Yahoo Sports College podcast to hear experts Dan Wetzel, Pat Forty, and Pete Thamel break down the latest NCAA stories from the football field to the basketball court and beyond.
I think Reggie should do a video of him running to Heritage Hall and front flipping in. Remember that famous front flipping the end zone that he did? Wasn't he the one who made that popular?
I think he was.
I think he was, yeah.
Search Yahoo College Sports Podcast on TuneIn to listen.
News 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet, and we begin with this headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service. Fannie Freddie profit sweep is drawing a U.S. Supreme Court review. That's the headline from the Bloomberg. We'll have more on this developing story for you coming up right here on a Bloomberg Business Week. It is a down day for U.S. markets. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ trading mixed right now. We have got the S&P 500 index down 20, a drop of 0.6%. Have been down as many as 54 points, have been down 1.7%, but again, now down by 0.6%. Dow Jones Industrial Average was down 543 at the worst level of the day, down 2.1%, but right now the Dow is off 327, down 1.3%. NASDAQ up 29, NASDAQ higher by 29, up now by about 0.3%. So it is a mixed day. Equities are slumping on concern that a resurgence in coronavirus cases will derail the comeback for the U.S. economy. Treasuries are jumping, oil dipping below $40 a barrel. Right now we have got the 10-year up 18.30 seconds, the yield now 0.60%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.9%, 39.71 a barrel. And gold still holding above $1,800 an ounce at $1,801. Gold down 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly, Carol Master here with you on a Thursday afternoon. Let's check in now with one of our key sources at Johns Hopkins, specifically the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security at the Bloomberg School of Public Health. As you can tell by the name, the Bloomberg School of Public Health, it's supported by Mike Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP, Bloomberg Philanthropies. We're checking in today with Dr. Crystal Watson. She's a senior scholar and assistant professor there, joining us on the phone from Baltimore. And Dr. Watson, really nice to have you with us.
Thanks a lot for having me.
All right, so let's get right down to the business of contact tracing, because we have heard so much about it, and yet I'm going to just come right out and say it. It doesn't feel like it's going the way that we need or expect it to.
Yeah, contact tracing is a tough job in the best of times. I think there are a couple of issues right now. First is just expansion of this contact tracing workforce around the country. We started out at about 2,200 contact tracers across the country total, and we need to get up to about 100,000 across the country. And it'll vary a little bit based on what is happening in each individual state or locality, whether there's a big epidemic or a minor epidemic. And so we haven't scaled up to the place we need to be, but it's also a really difficult job. So contact tracers have to get in touch with people. They have to get them to pick up the phone, stay on the phone and talk with them and share sensitive information during a pretty tough time. So it all makes for kind of a difficult environment.
Dr. Watson, I want to ask you, though, I thought part of the reopenings for states around the country was that they had to have people in place in terms of being able to do this contact tracing. clarify for me if I've got that wrong, because I thought that would, just automatically help create the build out that we needed on a national basis.
That was the idea, was to really build up this capacity along with the capacity to test many more people. And in reality, what happened is a lot of focus went into testing, which is critically important, but not as much focus on contact tracing. It wasn't necessarily a gating criteria of the White House. And so I think some states took it really seriously and did build up their capacity, but that's not the majority of states.
Well, exactly. I mean, this has sort of gone down to the state level, and we have seen different governors, it feels like, Crystal, sort of take let's say, varying approaches to the virus overall, and certainly when it comes to testing and tracing. Is it the case that you sort of need everybody on generally the same page to make this work? Because as we've talked about so many times on this show and with a lot of your colleagues and the virus doesn't know state borders in many ways. As much as we try and, kind of corral it in a way, you sort of need everybody on the same page, right?
Yeah, certainly for the national picture, I think we're seeing in the data the sharp incline in cases nationally. But that's down to a few states in particular. So we are seeing in some states around the country that they are managing epidemics fairly well, although a majority of states are seeing an increase in cases now that everyone is opening up. So it really is, we are in this together.
You sound exhausted. Is this an because I do feel like, you know what I mean? It's so funny. It's not funny, actually. It's so clear, I feel like, from all of you at Hopkins and the medical community are saying, okay, wear masks, social distancing, and we've got to do testing and tracing, right? So that's been, I feel like, the message for a while now, Dr. Watson. And yet, there's stories about Florida, and then Florida health officials, they're not doing contract tracing. And, that's a state where we're seeing surging, and you need to have these things in place. So what's the holdup? Is it just states not getting on board, health officials not getting on board? Do we need the president and his team to say something? What do we need?
Yeah, I think public health officials understand what needs to happen. We need to find a way to manage this on a case-by-case basis through testing and contact tracing. But they're not necessarily being provided the resources to do that in every part of the country. And so I do think that we see that there's this politicization of contact tracing along with other measures like mask wearing. And so we really do need governors to embrace this, to provide resources to their state and local health departments. And we need the federal level. This needs to be a concerted initiative to really ramp up contact tracing. Otherwise, unlike other countries around the world, we are not going to have control of the spread of this virus.
All right. Dr. Crystal Watson, stick with us. We're going to continue this conversation because I want to understand a little bit more about how this works. And I think you introduced at the beginning a really interesting moment, that part of this is people may not feel comfortable sharing this information. And especially if you've got the message out there of like, I'm not so sure about this, like that starts to catch on because people are uncomfortable.
As somebody asked me, did you turn on the app on your Apple phone that allows for it? And I'm like, no, I haven't.
Yeah.
So I know. Have you done it?
No.
Okay. See, exactly. All right. So we're going to get into.
I didn't even know that I forgot that was a thing. All right. Now I feel bad.
So we'll get into the specifics because let's hopefully explain it so more people will understand. I mean, you can go to Hopkins and actually take a course and understand how it's done. So let's get into it so that maybe more of the public understands why we need this. Because, man, I want to reopen. I want to get back to normal. Just going to put it out there. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. We'll come back with Dr. Crystal Watson over at Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. This is Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Stocks are off their lows, but still mostly in the red. Only the NASDAQ is higher as tech shares continue to defy gravity. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 341. The S&P is down 22. The NASDAQ is up 18. JetBlue is shifting its Los Angeles area operations from Long Beach International Airport to LAX starting in October. Wall Street Journal reports the move includes all Long Beach flights, as well as JetBlue's crew and maintenance bases. Boeing's 777X is likely to miss its planned debut next year due to the company's shutdown at the height of the pandemic. Emirates, the top customer for the wide-body jet, says it doesn't expect to receive any planes before 2022. Harley-Davidson is shrinking its workforce by about 12%. The motorcycle maker plans to shed 700 positions, including about 500 current employees, as Harley looks to become nimbler and more profitable. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Reopening.
The reopening rotation has taken place.
How will it happen?
Healthcare is obviously very much in focus.
What's next?
Surely it's better to have an extension.
What if?
So this is going to be industry-wide.
At least there's one question you can have answered. Where to keep up?
We have the latest world and national news.
Right here.
This departed from a policy he had long had.
This is about people that you care about.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Economics.
All this doom and gloom.
Decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Thursday evening by the scruff of the neck. Ignore this gloomy weather and carve your path to success, which begins just down the road in Southampton at Solent University. After 3 years here, you don't just get a degree. You get a ton of support, real-world experience and connections, and interview fuel. That's why we're in the top 25 for student satisfaction in the Complete University Guide. At Solent University, we're ready for the future. Apply now at solent.ac.uk/clearing.
London. Toolstation are here to help get your job safely started and finished, with over 60 branches within the M25. All open with social distancing and contactless click and collect from 5 minutes. And with 20,000 top trade quality products to choose from. Order online now for collection in London branches and get £5 off when you spend over £30 with the code LON530. So, get your job started at toolstation.com. Terms and conditions apply.
When you're facing a problem, like how to make an electric car more efficient, you could sit down and talk it through. But at Honda, we decided to listen to the wind tunnel. With wing mirrors? Or without? With? Without? With? Without? Or with cameras instead of wing mirrors? The new Honda E with wind cameras, not mirrors, because we listen to the wind. Honda, the power of dreams.
False information about coronavirus is being spread everywhere. Popping up here, being shared there. Ping! Reaching and tricking more people with every share. They don't even understand the harm it can cause.
False information can be hard to spot. Make sure you know what you're sharing. Don't feed the beast. Visit sharechecklist.gov.uk. Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
Whoa, just got a Moonpig reminder that it's your birthday Saturday.
Yeah, I set that up.
Oh, do you know what? I forget one time. Okay, I'm in the app.
Oh, the romantic card section.
I'm full of surprises. Now, what rhymes with babe?
How about just uploading a nice pic? No, wait, I'm not ready.
Hey, I love you from every angle. Now for the gifts. Oh, and flowers.
Heartfelt can happen anywhere with moonpig.com. Download the app now.
On the Media heads to Montgomery, where a new memorial to lynching victims asks us all to face this country's past.
I think people realize, yeah, something bad probably did happen. And they don't want to acknowledge it because they're afraid they're going to be punished for it. I have no interest in punishing this nation for its history. I want to liberate us.
On this week's special episode of On the Media from Alabama. Listen to the On the Media podcast on TuneIn today.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston, Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco, Bloomberg 960 to the country, Sirius XM Channel 119, and around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Well, coming up, we're going to continue our conversation. It's an important one with Dr. Crystal Watson down at Johns Hopkins. Contact tracing, it's the key to all of this. We keep being told that, so we need to understand more about what it is and how we can actually make it happen, Carol.
I need to understand you do and everybody who's listening right now, so we'll get to that in just a moment. Back to your top business stories and another check on that trading day. Hey, Charlie Pellet, you need to know, too, about contact tracing.
Please wear a mask. Let me begin, though, with a little more detail on the headline I brought you a few minutes ago. U.S. Supreme Court has agreed to decide whether investors can challenge the 2012 agreements that let the federal government collect hundreds of billions of dollars of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac profits. The justices say they will hear an appeal by President Trump's administration of a ruling that would force the government to defend against a shareholder lawsuit. It is a mixed day right now. We have got the Dow, the S&P lower, NASDAQ is advancing. NASDAQ now up by 41 points, up 0.4%. S&P down 16, a drop there of 0.5%. The Dow now lower by 310 points for the Dow Jones Industrial Average, which had been down 543. That represents a drop right now of 1.2%. 10-year yield 0.60%. We've got gold down 0.4%, 18.02 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude tumbling 2.9%, 39.71 for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude. Florida is reporting records in both new hospitalizations and coronavirus deaths, while Arizona added 4,057 new cases, the most in 6 days. Dr. James Farley is a nursing professor at Johns Hopkins University, and on Bloomberg Television this morning, he told us you cannot ignore the basics of social distancing and masks.
It's really critical that people continue all of the non-pharmacological interventions, social distancing, mask wearing, and really just understand that a fairly large number of people in a geographic region have been exposed to the virus.
The Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Financial companies are among the worst performers on the S&P 500 index, pushing that gauge to a one-week low. Wells Fargo preparing to cut thousands of jobs. Among some of the bank stocks, Wells Fargo is down 2.1%. J.P. Morgan Chase down 1.6%. Citigroup down 2.5%. Bank of America lower now by 2%. Walgreens Boots Alliance also planning to cut 4,000 jobs. The Washington advocacy group Better Markets has spent a decade fighting big banks and railing against the government's 2008 financial industry bailout. Now it's taken one of its own. The organization got between $150,000 and $350,000 in loans from a key coronavirus relief program. This according to the Small Business Administration. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I believe that's Charlie Pellet and Puppy.
The dog goes nuts. Listen, we're in a small apartment. We're in lockdown. We're in Brooklyn. We got a dog. We got a cat. Cat hates dog. Dog hates cat. And I'm in the middle of it. So.
And you wonder why Charlie Pellet wants to get back to the office.
I can't wait. We don't have dogs roaming around the office, thank goodness.
Jason and I don't mind a third anchor. Bring him on.
You got it.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Let's get back to our conversation. We've got with us Dr. Crystal Watson, senior scholar at Johns Hopkins University at Bloomberg, also assistant professor at the Bloomberg School of Public Health, of course, the Bloomberg School of Public Health, supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. She's joining us on the phone from Baltimore. So I'm listening to Charlie, of course, quoted another one of your great community at Hopkins about the virus, but he also talked about Florida specifically, and that's where we're seeing, Dr. Watson, cases spiking. I'm looking at a story on, I just Googled a story, CNN writing about how, CDC saying contact tracing is so key, and that people who are coming down with the virus in Florida, they're not getting calls from health authorities to ask for their contacts. I mean, it's as simple as that, right? You get the virus, and then you want to know who you've come in contact with, right? And then we trace it and track those people down. That's what it's about.
Yeah, that's really what it's about. It's about breaking chains of transmission. So if you get in touch with those contacts, you ask them to stay at home for 14 days in quarantine, and they aren't out in the community. If they are infected, then they're not out infecting others, and so chains of transmission will stop with them. That's the idea.
So, Dr. Watson, I mean, does this ultimately, not to get too philosophical on you, but does this ultimately come down to the idea that people just don't want to do this? They don't want to be told what to do. They don't want to give up personal information. And ultimately, the entire success of this rests on people kind of caring about something bigger than themselves.
I think that's part of it. I do think in those places where contact tracing programs have stood up and are running efficiently, I think the vast majority of people are willing to cooperate and provide information and help public health officials. So I don't think that's universal, but I do think it comes down to the attitudes of our leadership at both at the state and federal level, whether they prioritize this over other things.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's true. All right, so just to use the last couple minutes to get practical, what are the right things for us to be doing? What should Carol and I be doing? We download the app? Like, what else? Yeah. What should we be doing to sort of put this into action to do our part?
Yes, and when you're thinking about technologies, not every state has a contact tracing app. There are some that do, and if you're willing to engage in that, I think downloading that app and enabling it is a good idea. But otherwise, picking up your phone more often when unknown numbers call you. I know I don't do that very often myself because of the spam calls that I get, but I think in this day and age, it's important to be able to pick up so public health can get a hold of you. And then listen to the guidance from health officials around the country, especially as it relates to contact tracing. They'll let you know what you need to do.
Because it sounds like the risk of us not doing it is, okay, we'll go out and about, but we're going to have more cases and we're going to have more loss of life as a result. We'll get through this, but it'll be a tougher way of getting through. Is that fair?
That's totally fair. I think there are ways to do this better. We see that across the globe, many other countries handling it in a better way. And I think the other option that we have is to reimpose social distancing measures, these stay-at-home orders, and I know none of us wants that.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be a tough few months. I feel like we thought by this point we would be closer to the other side of this, and it doesn't feel like that at this moment. We talk a lot about reality checks. We talk a lot about sort of slowing things down. It certainly feels like that's the state we're in. Really appreciate the advice and the insights. Thank you so much, Dr. Crystal Watson, Senior Scholar, Assistant Professor at Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security at the Bloomberg School of Public Health, of course, supported by Mike Bloomberg.
Yeah, and I highly recommend you check out their website, because I've actually thought about taking the course just to understand a little bit more, and I do understand those privacy concerns. We are, we're the United States of America. We're very independent individuals. Yeah. We protect our privacy. I know I do, certainly, but I would like to see us get better control of this. And if you look at countries that have more success, they're doing testing and contact tracing. It's as simple as that. Oh,
it's not an accident.
And you know what, Jason? Wear a mask.
Wear a mask. I knew you were going to say it. I'm in your head.
I know you
Get out of my head. All right.
Out of my head.
Let's get down to Washington now. Nancy Lyons is there. She's got World National Headlines. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Jason. The U.S. Supreme Court has ruled on President Trump's tax returns, upholding a New York grand jury subpoena requesting the records. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman reports from Washington.
Moments after the decision in the New York case, House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy offered his reaction at his weekly news conference.
The Supreme Court made a decision. I've watched President Trump abide by all the requests that someone has for financial disclosure. It seems to me the New York District Attorney and others that have tried for it seems much more political than anything else. I think this decision has already been made by the president releasing all of his financial disclosures when he ran for president the first time.
The Supreme Court went on to block access to the Trump financial records by committees of Congress until lower courts rule on their relevance. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
Defense Secretary Mark Esper is defending the use of National Guard troops to support law enforcement agencies in handling the protests following the death of George Floyd. He told the House Armed Services Committee today it was better than using active duty forces like President Trump wanted.
I want to make very clear that no active duty military units engaged protesters or otherwise took direct part in civilian law enforcement or federal protection missions in the District of Columbia or anywhere else in the country.
Esper drew President Trump's ire for telling a Pentagon news conference last month that he opposed invoking the Insurrection Act to permit the president to use the armed forces to put down domestic civil unrest. Global news, 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. I came out in the 11th grade. Nobody was embracing you. The kids were cruel. It was very difficult to be gay. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma. The hard part was determining that I was going to do it, but I definitely didn't do it alone.
At age 30, with the help of her mentor, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
I have a mentor, Maria. She convinced me to continue my education and to finish what I started to get my diploma. Just never judges. She's a true role model. If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, go get it. You can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Asset managers who seize change to launch new strategies, add distribution channels, or exploit new technology to re-engineer the investor experience are often rewarded. However, in an industry paralyzed with complexity, few act with agility or decisively. Few run their business strategically. Yet, the most competitive managers in the market know, with the right partner and a flexible operating platform, you can. Go boldly toward change with SEI Investment Manager Services.
Determination and operational strength are both essential factors for growth in asset management. I'm Steve Meyer, President and Head of SEI's Investment Manager Services Division. We know that disruptive forces create opportunities around the world. If you see potential in change, our industry specialists will maximize SEI's integrated platform of data and risk management, global investment operations, compliance support, and investor services to position your asset management business for success. Come grow with us.
With SEI Investment Manager Services, you lead the charge in a competitive marketplace. Learn more at SEIC.com/seize change.
Are you interested in a challenging and exciting...
Decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Thursday evening by the scruff of the neck. Ignore this gloomy weather and carve your path.
Okay, I'm placing a new order to buy British pound. Okay, the order placed for 126.16.4. So the order placed to buy British pounds again. United States dollar for 126.164. Okay, let's see where we'll go from there.
Social distancing built in. There's no scrum at security, hanging around for your bags, or shouldering strangers in your seat.
Position opened at 126.164. Long position on British pound.
Go Tunnel, Eurotunnel, Le Shuttle, a safer way to France and beyond.
Listen, that's a dream. Everyone has them, jingling away in the back of our minds. And most of the time, that's where dreams stay. So easy to ignore. Anything can drown them out, and everything does. But at Honda, we listen to our dreams. We get right up close. And on really good days, they become reality. From 2022, Honda's mainstream cars will only be hybrid or electric. Honda, the power of dreams.
You always say the best thing you ever did was join up. I bet you don't get the same experiences in Civvy Street. Remember those amazing deployments we had? And that feeling of pride. We'd love to have you back. Go on. Feel the pride again. Search RAF Rejoin Us.
Who says you can't have a laugh while getting serious about America's pastime? On the
daily podcast, Locked On MLB, comedian and baseball fanatic Paul Francis Sullivan talks about each team, each pennant race, and everything else in the game, from rule changes and controversies to baseball cards and stadium food.
For those of you not familiar with me or the old show, I love to obsess over baseball. I'm talking baseball over the Super Bowl. We had a TV showing the division series during my wedding.
Search Locked On MLB on TuneIn to listen today.
How do you keep track of all your favorite stations and podcasts? Easy. You add them to your favorites list. Just find the audio you want to bookmark and tap the heart icon. Then, whenever you want to browse your favorites, you'll find everything under the Favorites tab.
Okay, here we go.
With the NFL Draft in the books and the schedule set, check out a TuneIn podcast for daily updates on the lead up to the 2020 season. Like the Ringer NFL Show, where a rotating cast of Ringer experts talk with players, coaches, and special guests about the NFL landscape.
A lot of the other teams that we consider...
Or ESPN's NFL Live.
If there are some delays because of the COVID-19...
Search sports on TuneIn to explore these pods and much more.
Hi, this is Mike Tirico, introducing you to Sports Uncovered, the newest podcast series from the storytellers at NBC Sports that will shine a fresh light on the most unforgettable moments in sport.
The reason why I'm smiling, I might get in trouble for this.
Search Sports Uncovered to start listening today.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Mixed Thursday, NASDAQ higher, the Dow, the S&P both lower, equities slumping on concern that a resurgence in coronavirus cases will derail the comeback for the U.S. economy. Oil has dipped below $40 a barrel. Treasuries are jumping. Here's where we stand. Right now, we have got the 10-year up 18.30 seconds, yield 0.60%. NASDAQ higher by 45, on track for a record close, up by 0.4%. S&P down 17, a drop of 0.5%. Dow Industrials have been down 543, now lower by 329, a drop of 1.3%. Gold is down 0.3%, holding above 1,800 at 18.03 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 3.5%, now 39.47 a barrel. Recapping equities mixed, S&P lower by 17, down 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. Charlie, thank you so much. So, Jason, I know this story caught your attention this morning. Did mine as well. And it's about the top Republican donor in the 2020 election. It's an reclusive heir to one of the great fortunes of the Gilded Age. There's so much going on here. Let's get into the story with Bloomberg News campaign finance reporter Bill Allison. He joins us on this Thursday on the phone in D.C., along with Bloomberg Business Week editor Joel Weber. He's on the phone in Massachusetts. Hopefully I got you guys in your right place. It's a little bit of a wacky Thursday. I'm just going to put it out there. Joel, I love this because we have to keep remembering it's an election year, and I think it's important. With everything else going on, it's important to do the stories that are relevant to that.
Yeah, and of course, following the money is always also important, and that's sort of one of the tenets of the way that Bloomberg News covers things. And I think Bill's story gets to the heart of that because I think most people are familiar with big name donors and in both parties, frankly. And this name, Timothy Mellon, was not one that usually gets batted around in those circles, although the name Mellon is one that a lot of people, especially in the financial industry, will recognize. So, Bill, who is this person?
Well, he's the great-grandson of the founder of Mellon Bank and the grandson of Andrew Mellon, who was a Treasury Secretary. And he's somebody who's been in business most of his life. He was a Yale student. And it's the interesting thing about him, and he's become a big Donald Trump supporter, and he wrote in his book about sort of how he became a Republican, because he started out very much on the left and very much a progressive in terms of the kinds of things that he supported. He's an heir to this fortune. He grew up in somewhat privileged circumstances, as he describes in his book. And but the interesting thing about him, and I should credit the Washington Post because they got to it first, but he in his book, he uses some pretty strong racial stereotypes in describing some of the things that drove him to the right. Although really, it was sort of his business interests that he told me that were the key things. But but he talks about like the modern welfare state as being slavery redux, and this was a guy who, after the Black Panther riots in the 1960s, some of which he saw, firsthand, really wanted to roll his arms up and try to make things better. And so I think that, in this particular moment that we're in now, it's kind of interesting to see this gentleman's odyssey from from being on one side of these questions to really being on the other.
Yeah, talk about that, because you have some great details in this piece about what he was doing, as a young man, which if you put that effort against where we are in 2020, you would think, wow, he's right in the middle of, the biggest issue of our time, and in some ways anticipated a lot of the problems of race and inequality, especially when it comes to Black Americans.
Yeah, so he, in the 19, he started something called the Satcham Fund, and he recruited a guy named Ernest Osborne to run it. And this was Ernie Osborne's brother-in-law, he told me, and there's clips to prove this, was a member of the Black Panthers. And Osborne himself was, a fairly important figure in philanthropy. He started a movement to get more African Americans in the upper levels of philanthropy. It had been a sort of a closed club until he came along, and he's like the second African American member of the Council of Foundations on the board. So he really had a pioneering career in many ways. And Mellon in his book and told me that that Osborne had all these great ideas, and that he and Mellon worked very close together, and that's how he ended up bringing him in to run his nonprofit. And they did all kinds of things. They supported something. They supported a show in Pittsburgh called Black Horizons. It was the longest-running minority affairs program in the United States when it went off the air. And another thing that they supported was there's different kinds of funds to help build in the inner cities, and he also did studies on things like mass incarceration and are there alternatives to incarcerating people. They did that in looking at New Haven. So a lot of the issues that we're hearing about today, wealth inequality, lack of opportunity, lack of access to capital, his fund was in the forefront of trying to find solutions to these things, and he remains in many ways a very optimistic guy about how things could get better. He just, thinks that a lot of the things that he tried back in the 70s didn't work out.
So, yeah, let's bring it back to the here and now, Bill. So $30 million he's giving GOP candidates, and really what he's trying to do, it seems, is really push to gut social welfare programs. So what's his thinking in terms of how to go about doing this?
Well, he's very influenced, or told me that he's very influenced by Daniel Patrick Moynihan, the late senator from New York, who got incredibly concerned about the African American family and the breakdown of the family, and was kind of a very important transitional figure between the left and the right in terms of how we approach these problems, or how government has approached these problems, and that led him to the conclusion that when you create systems where you end up with dependency being a critical component of them, he's very much against. I think the problem is you can get into stereotypes, and I talked to welfare reform experts on the right as well as on the left, and their feeling was that nobody is ever long-term dependent really in this country. That that it's kind of a myth that somebody is born into welfare and dies on welfare and never gets off of it. But one of the things that he was concerned about was that when you create these kind of dependent systems, that you take away a real reason for living. And he says in the book that it's work, that he says he's enjoyed his work all his life, that everything that he's done from trying to resuscitate the Pan American airline brand, to owning railroads, to even having a company that treats wood for railroad ties. So, he's been, so he kind of feels like, and I think his argument is, which is...
Placing stop on profit for British pound at 126.18.184. So stop on profit for British pound at 126.184. Okay.
and so many of the conversations, Jason, that we certainly have been having over the last couple of months. I do want to point out, while he's given millions to Republicans, he gave $2,700 to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in 2018 because he thought that if elected, her outspokenness would cause headaches for Democrats. Bill writes this in his story, so I think it's
a great
another
piece.
fun point to his piece.
It's a really good piece, and as you said, Carol, we both really gravitated toward it today because it's one of those names that's going to be important going forward along the lines of Adelson and Schwartzman and all the other
and another
big GOP
perspective on the world, and I do think it's important that we reach out to different perspectives. All right, for those of you listening in New York, D.C., and San Francisco, watching on YouTube, Bloomberg Business Week continues. If you're listening on Bloomberg 106.1 in Boston, Bay State Business is coming next. Again, our thanks to Bill Allison, Bloomberg News campaign finance reporter. Check that story. It's online at Bloomberg.com. And, of course, our thanks always to Joel Weber, editor of the magazine.
This pandemic is about more than market.
Decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Thursday evening by the scruff of the neck. Ignore this gloomy weather and carve your path to success, which begins just down the road in Southampton at Solent University. After 3 years here, you don't just get a degree. You get a ton of support, real-world experience and connections, and interview fuel. That's why we're in the top 25 for student satisfaction in the Complete University Guide. At Solent University, we're ready for the future. Apply now at solent.ac.uk/clearing.
You always say the best thing you ever did was join up. I bet you don't get the same experiences in Civvy Street. Remember those amazing deployments we had? And that feeling of pride. We'd love to have you back. Go on. Feel the pride again. Search RAF Rejoin Us.
Next time on the New Yorker Radio Hour, Kenan Thompson. He's the longest-running cast member ever on Saturday Night Live, and it took him years to feel like he belonged.
It just never seemed real for so long. Like, I had such a hard time even associating myself being on the show for a long time. Like, I wouldn't watch, you know what I'm saying, just because I felt like I was ruining it.
Kenan Thompson joins us next time on the New Yorker Radio Hour. Listen to this episode on TuneIn today.
Want to get all your college sports news in one place? Turn on the Yahoo Sports College podcast to hear experts Dan Wetzel, Pat Forty, and Pete Thamel break down the latest NCAA stories from the football field to the basketball court and beyond.
I think Reggie should do a video of him running to Heritage Hall and front flipping in. Remember that famous front flipping the end zone that he did? Wasn't he the one who made that popular?
I think he was.
I think he was, yeah.
Search Yahoo College Sports Podcast on TuneIn to listen.
We're all guilty of spending too much time on social media. Why not add something genuinely useful to your feed with TuneIn? Follow at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to learn about some of the best stuff happening around the app. You might just discover your next audio obsession. It's TuneIn Sports on this day. On this day in 1963, MLB legend Willie Mays of the San Francisco Giants is named the All-Star MVP.
In 22 Major League seasons, mostly with the New York and later San Francisco Giants, Mays had a 302 lifetime batting average and amassed 3,283 hits, 660 home runs, and an untouchable total of 7,000.
To listen to conversations breaking down the moments just like this, search sports to be part of the discussion on TuneIn.
At Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading. We've got the Dow, the S&P lower, NASDAQ is higher. 60 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. The 10-year down, up 18.30 seconds. The yield on the 10-year, it is now 0.60%. Here's where equity markets stand. The Dow, which had been down 543 points, down 2.1%, is now lower by 1.1%, down 303. S&P is down 13. That is a drop of 0.4%, but NASDAQ keeps on going. The NASDAQ Composite Index up another 62 points, up by 0.6%, bringing its year-to-date gains to 17.63%. Gold lower by 0.3%, $18.04 the ounce, holding above $1,800. And crude, West Texas Intermediate, now down 3.5%, $39.46 a barrel on West Texas Intermediate crude. Well, as for the coronavirus and restoring confidence in the economy, Lee Farage is head of macro strategy North America at State Street. He was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Radio.
Even if we don't go back into lockdown, even if governors, etc., don't actually put in place rollbacks, people will vote with their feet. If they're nervous, if cases are rising around them, they'll stay in more than they would have done. They won't go to that restaurant. They won't go and socialise perhaps as they would if the numbers were falling. They'll vote on their own without actually being told to go to lockdown, and that in itself can roll back the recovery anyway.
Gold prices could be set to take out their long-standing record as mounting concerns about the global economy fuel gains above $1,800 an ounce. That record, by the way, September 2011, 1,921. Today, we're seeing the gold spider ETF, GLD on the ticker there. It is trading lower, along with gold down 0.3%. Crude oil slipping after a key Libyan oil field resumed production, threatening to unleash barrels into a market where demand is already lackluster. As I mentioned, West Texas Intermediate crude down 3.6%. Among some of the key oil names representing a broad swath of the industry, ExxonMobil down 3.5%, BP down 4.5%, EOG Resources down 5.9%, and Pioneer is down 4.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet, Bloomberg Radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
And you are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Jason Kelly and Carol Masser here with you on a Thursday. And we're trying to make sense of what's going on with the economy. And one of the best measures we have, Carol, and we've been looking at so closely over the past few weeks, of course, is jobless claims. They come out every Thursday. It quite candidly is a measure that we hadn't been paying much attention to until this pandemic and the ensuing economic crisis. So let's understand where we are from the perspective of one of the leading economists out there. Francis Donald, the Global Chief Economist, Head of Macroeconomic Strategy for Manulife Investment Management, joining us on the phone from Montreal. Francis, how are you?
Exhausted. How are you?
Yeah, right there with you.
So why are you exhausted?
Well, we got to find data we've never found before. We have to analyze an economy in which we have no precedent. And meanwhile, I've got a toddler behind me running around wanting to go back to school. It's a bit of a challenging environment.
You know, Francis, this is why we love talking to you, because you are so real. I am sitting here talking to you, as Carol knows, because she's the only one who can see me.
He's got frozen stickers behind
me because I'm broadcasting from my 2-year-old daughter's bedroom. Luckily, she is at her babysitter's. Luckily for our listeners. But I want to go back to something you said, because it's really important. We're trying to, you especially are trying to make predictions. You're trying to help your clients and the world understand the economy with data that are really tricky. How do you do it?
Well, the first thing we do is realize that the way we used to look at economic data, we essentially have to throw it out behind us and say this is a new world. And even for data points that we've used in the past, like initial jobless claims, for a long time economists have said that's the best leading indicator of a recession. Even now we know that there are all sorts of distortions that happen in a number like this, like paycheck protection programs. How did that change the number? What about backlogs in the system? Suddenly we become these legal experts, these regulatory experts who have to dive so much deeper into the traditional data. But then, of course, comes the second layer of the job, which is, you know what, our monthly data points, they are too old, they lag. Even weekly data is not high enough frequency for us in a crisis that is moving so quickly. So, of course, we've seen this flood to, non-traditional data, everything from survey-based to, of course, those often quoted open-table restaurant reservations. We have to get a sense of how people are believing and acting on a day-to-day basis. And unless you have that level of granularity in your data, you are going to miss the large economic swings. You are going to miss the market recovery attached to it.
Well, okay, so based on those new metrics that you're watching, what kind of recovery do you think we're headed for?
Well, I get this question a lot. What does the recovery look like? Well, it depends what you're looking at, which sector, and over what time frame. So generally what I like to say is that if you want a simple answer, the simplest answer I can give you is that we're probably in a 3-phase recovery, which is first a very rapid recovery where the data unleashes its pent-up demand. That's where we are right now. Phase 2 is what I call the stall out. And I think we may be beginning to enter the stall out, which is not that we're in a W shape and we see a backtracking, but really that pace of gains stalls. That's probably what we're witnessing right now. And then phase 3 is what the new normal looks like. That's probably where we are after a vaccine. The challenge we're looking at now is all that high-frequency data that bounced so aggressively that we knew this was going to look like a V on a lot of metrics is now starting to show us mobility actions, people's confidence. That's starting to slow quite a bit. So instead of focusing on are we better or worse than last week, I suspect the market attention is now going to turn to we're actually going to pause way below pre-COVID levels. That's going to be challenging for risk sentiment.
Wow. Well, and fundamental changes in the labor market, right, Francis? I mean, I feel like that's what we're starting to see, and it feels like the equity market is starting to catch up with the smart economists like you who have been saying, like, wait a second, this isn't just about getting back to normal, because as you just alluded to, the next normal is a new one. It is not, we're not going back. I mean, we talk about that in simple terms like business travel, you know, like all.
I closed my position on British pound and 200 pounds profit. Position closed at 126.184.
Applying for claims, you know, we're still looking at 18 million Americans who need to be rehired.
Yeah.
Now, if you told me they were going to be rehired in 2 to 3 months, I'd probably say buy every stock you can find. My problem is that even if you continue this 3% improvement every week, we're talking about a year and a half until we've hired all of those. And that's a really optimistic case. One of the problems in this new labor market is that we are going to have some significant structural scarring. The Fed is worried about this. Economists are worried about this. The longer you've been out of the job, the more we see skills erosion, the less likely you are to be hired back. And just think personal finances. Maybe you get by in a month or two. You've got your stimulus checks. Stimulus checks start to fade back. You've used up what's in your piggy bank. Now we're going to start talking about maybe a second economic wave where we have to deal with the personal or the consequences of that elevated unemployment over an extended period of time.
So, Francis, just got about a minute left here. Can we use, I know it's not the same crisis as the financial crisis, but we did see some of this structural scarring coming out of the financial crisis. How does it compare?
That's exactly it, Carol. I think the lesson from 2008 is the damage of long-term unemployment. When the duration of unemployment starts to rise, as we're already starting to see in that non-farm payrolls number, that's when I get more concerned that it isn't just like the typical natural disaster, which a lot of people are comparing this to. The longer unemployment level stays high, the longer we're going to be in a recession.
Yeah.
Francis Donald, you're literally the best. Thank you so much. Carol and I are literally like instant messaging together right now. It's like, I love her so much. She's the best.
Well, it's so practical. It's so real.
Yeah.
And I do think you're getting to the point of, you know, the longer this goes on and just your perspective about, you know, with even those slight improvements in jobless numbers, it's still going to take a year and a half to get back to normal.
Yeah, it's crazy. Lot to go. All right.
Love it.
Francis Donald, thank you so much. Global Chief Economist, Head of Macroeconomic Strategy, Manulife Investment Management.
You love that she had a toddler in the background.
Yeah, totally. Because that's real.
Because that's what we're all dealing with,
That's the
right?
life we're living in. You've heard Alice's shrieking every now and again on this air. So let it go.
Let it go.
There you go.
But it's perspective, and I think that structural scarring, it's so true. The longer someone is out of the workforce, I've seen it with so many people. Yeah,
significant structural scarring.
It's going to my list. It's going to my list of things to remember about this time. All right, let's get back to World and National News headlines. A lot going on for that. Let's turn things over to Nancy Lyons. She is in our D.C. studio. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. The Supreme Court has issued a mixed verdict on demands for President Trump's financial records. The decisions will likely keep his tax returns, banking, and other documents out of the public eye for the time being. The justices sent back to lower courts a case about the House's demands for Trump's taxes. But Bloomberg's Supreme Court reporter Greg Storr says they ruled in a New York case that the president does not have categorical immunity.
And the president was arguing, while I'm in office, that is too distracting for me to have to deal with my records being subpoenaed. The Supreme Court rejected that. They also rejected the notion that the grand jury would have to meet some special heightened standard to get the president's records. They did allow the case to go forward in the lower court. The president may have other arguments to make, but it was a complete rejection of the president's positions at the Supreme Court.
Well, President Trump's one-time lawyer and fixer, Michael Cohen, is back in federal prison. It's apparently because he violated terms of his early release over coronavirus concerns. It's not clear how he violated the terms, but just days ago, he and his wife were photographed at a Manhattan restaurant near his home. Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden wants to boost manufacturing and innovation by spending $700 billion in his first four-year term. He wants that money to be used on purchasing American-made goods for the U.S. government and investing into research and development. He's speaking right now in Scranton, Pennsylvania. His announcement is the first prong of a broader economic plan titled Build Back Better to revive the U.S. economy after the devastating coronavirus pandemic. Global news, 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
Even when you're just beginning to leave your house, you see a bigger world.
The company is a clear winner from the virus lockdowns.
He's saying a new cycle has started.
And it may never be the same.
Does all of this boost in work mean that you're going to expand?
Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
What could there be that could change this?
Weekdays at 1 a.m. Eastern.
What was the most striking thing about your research?
On Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
COVID-19. Can the world reopen for business?
Give us a sense of how you're ramping up and taking care of folks on the ground.
What's the long-term impact?
Why will we not see a V-shaped recovery?
When will there be a cure or a vaccine?
How can you model that at a time when it's unclear whether we're going to see a resurgence in viruses?
The answers will emerge.
Can you give us a sense of timing?
And you'll find them here. Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
There are everyday actions to help prevent the spread of respiratory diseases. Wash your hands. Avoid close contact with people who are sick. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Stay home when you are sick. Cover your cough or sneeze. Clean and disinfect frequently touched objects with household cleaning spray. For more information, visit cdc.gov/COVID-19. This message brought to you by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
The best.
Decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Thursday evening by the scruff of the neck. Ignore this gloomy weather and carve your path to success, which begins just down the road in Southampton at Solent University. After 3 years here, you don't just get a degree. You get a ton of support, real-world experience and connections, and interview fuel. That's why we're in the top 25 for student satisfaction in the Complete University Guide. At Solent University, we're ready for the future. Apply now at solent.ac.uk/clearing.
Here's to you that learned with homeschooling that your kids are smarter than you. Here's to all the self-taught banana bread bakers. And to you that rocked that very questionable homemade haircut. Costa is giving £3 to everyone that missed us as much as we missed you. Get your £3 in the Costa app today and enjoy a coffee, cake, or snack on us. Come on, you earned it. Terms and conditions apply. For details, visit costa.co.uk/terms.
In line with government guidelines, face coverings are now compulsory on public transport. At Asda, you can get a 4-pack of Prima disposable face coverings for £2.80, or a 2-pack of washable face coverings from £2.50. Asda, we're all in this together. Selected stores subject to availability.
for up to 50% off a choice of carpets and beds, for 20% off a huge range of floors with selected underlay. Carpet Right, for life.
London. Toolstation are here to help get your job safely started and finished, with over 60 branches within the M25. All open with social distancing and contactless click and collect from 5 minutes. And with 20,000 top trade quality products to choose from. Order online now for collection in London branches and get £5 off when you spend over £30 with the code LON530. So, get your job started at toolstation.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Honda. We're not a car company. We're more of a listening company. And now our ears have brought our attention to where people feel most comfortable. The lounge. So we asked ourselves, what could Honda do to innovate in this space? Well, how about more space? Calm and uncluttered, with modern yet retro styling, and built-in screens compatible with your games console. It's the most comfortable lounge you've ever driven. Introducing the new Honda E, our small electric city car. Honda. The power of dreams.
False information about coronavirus is being spread everywhere. Popping up here, being shared there. Ping! Reaching and tricking more people with every share. They don't even understand the harm it can cause.
False information can be hard to spot. Make sure you know what you're sharing. Don't feed the beast. Visit sharechecklist.gov.uk. Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
Give yourself a Diet Coke break.
Tuesdays at KFC gonna get you like, wow, pow, chow, kapow, get down right now. If you know how, then take a bow. Because this deal's gonna raise a brow. Get 9 pieces of original recipe chicken for an eye-popping $5.99. What the? Every Tuesday at KFC. Participating restaurants ends 18th of August 2020. Tuesdays only, subject to availability, not available online.
Hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We've got 43 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Stocks have pared their losses. NASDAQ at or near session highs. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks trading mixed with NASDAQ once again outperforming. Dow's currently down 289 points. S&P's dropped 10. NASDAQ is higher by 75. The U.S. 10-year yield falls to 0.6%. Gold trading lower by 4. WTI crude futures sink 3%. And transports are down 140 points. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, Cisco, Microsoft, and Walmart, while Walgreens fell 8% after earnings and led to the downside. Also after earnings, Bed Bath & Beyond plunged as much as 25%. And in other news, Microchip jumped on a report the company had received a surge in orders with little to no lead time. Semis did trade to a record. AMC Network spiked intraday as CTFN said the advisor was hired for a potential sale. And the FAA is probing Boeing's alleged pressure on inspectors. In U.S. politics, the Supreme Court said the New York grand jury can get Trump's tax returns. And wrapping things up, WD-40 reports after the bell. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, I thank you very much, Bill. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg-type squawk, SQUAWK on your terminal. I'm Charlie Palapat. Is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, when this story hit the terminal, we were actually in our morning meeting, and Carol, you were the first to point it out with, I think the word was WOA, which tends to be what you say. It's a great scoop by Hannah Levitt, our finance reporter. Really lucky to have her back with us. Her story about Wells Fargo readying thousands of job cuts to start. They will start this year. It is, as we predicted on that same call, among the most read stories of the day. Hannah joins us on the phone from New York City. First of all, Hannah, great scoop. Congrats. Tell us what's going on at Wells Fargo. This is the biggest employer in the banking world, right?
It is, yeah. And hey, thanks for having me, you guys. So Wells Fargo is poised to begin thousands of layoffs this year. And the situation with Wells Fargo is, their expenses have been a big issue for a long time. This is not solely a COVID thing.
Right.
people are expensive. We've been talking about this issue. As I'm sure you recall, Wells Fargo had, in 2016, it came out that employees had opened millions of potentially fake accounts. And really from there, they've had to deal with a lot of legal expenses and fines and things like that. So expenses have been a huge focal point for them, a huge focal point for investors. And Charlie Scharf, who took over late last year as CEO, has been, he's made no secret of his prioritizing of that issue.
Well, right. Exactly, Hannah, right? This is an opportunity because you know better than most that part of the problem at Wells Fargo was the culture. And I do wonder whether Charlie, as someone coming in from the outside saying, all right, this is an opportunity for me to really kind of right this ship and figure out what doesn't really work and is holding Wells Fargo back. And I agree it's the environment, but right, he's got to be thinking this through.
Yeah, definitely. So when he started, he said that he was launching a strategic review, that it would take most of the year, and that, everything was on the table as far as that review went. So headcount reductions were very much a thing in the picture prior to COVID. Obviously, with the worsening outlook, it makes things a little bit more urgent for them, especially because they announced that they're going to have to cut their dividend. So that's a driver. But just generally speaking, I mean, if you compare it to Bank of America, for example, which is one of their biggest competitors, they've trimmed headcount by 80,000 people in the past 10 years, and Wells Fargo stayed pretty steady through that time.
Wow. Yeah. So let's talk about sort of the broader Wall Street, because, of course, one of the reasons this is among the most read stories on the Bloomberg, Hannah, as you know, is everybody who works at a bank is looking at this and saying, oh, hold on a second, is this the canary in the coal mine when it comes to financial services, jobs potentially being lost? What are you and your colleagues hearing about this as maybe a trend going forward as we get to the back half of the year and into 2021?
Yeah, for sure. So to start with some history, like right when this all started, a lot of the banks in the U.S. and a lot of the banks in Europe, too, came out and said, we're not going to cut people during this time, like during this pandemic. And that was in March. And I believe we were all feeling a little bit differently in March about how long this thing might last. So now it's July. We're still going through it. And as the economic outlook has worsened, these banks have to start making these decisions. And we've seen it in Europe with HSBC and Deutsche Bank, for example. We haven't seen it yet in the U.S. And some of the biggest banks have said that they're going to stick to this pledge through the end of this year. But Wells Fargo did not say that. And, as my reporting indicates, that's not the case for Wells Fargo.
Yeah, I just think it's interesting. And you do wonder. What? Go ahead, Jace. What were you going to say?
Well, I do wonder, before we let you go, Hannah, I mean, given this backdrop and given all the great reporting you've been doing, I mean, what's the read so far on Scharf?
Yeah, I mean, he's less than a year into the job, and it's a big job for a lot of reasons. They had a lot of public orders with regulators and things like that. Expenses were out of whack, and then COVID comes along. So it's been quite the ride for him in the past 8 months or however long he's been atop that bank. But he's been known across the industry for years, if not decades, as a cost cutter. And he's brought in a bunch of new people. He shifted the business lines, and so he's been taking a lot of steps, and I think we'll continue to see that play out through this year.
Where's he working out of? Is he in San Francisco, or has he made the move?
No, he's been doing it from New York.
Okay.
Yeah. And that was one of the things when he was named that.
I know that he made that a requirement, right?
Yeah, that was interesting. I remember you talking about that with us on air those many years ago when we had this thing called a studio, Hannah Levitt. And then
back in the day.
Back in the day. Anyway, congrats on this scoop. Really important. One of the most read on the Bloomberg. Yeah. We really appreciate you making some time for us. Hannah Levitt, she looks after Wells Fargo and helps look after Wall Street for our great team at Bloomberg News. Her scoop about Wells Fargo Fargo, as I said, among the most read. Really important to understand where the big banks are going because they're massive employers. And and this is literally the biggest in the banking industry.
And kind of getting ahead of the earnings curve because we're going to be starting to hear from them. The stock, by the way, is down a little bit more than 2% in today's trade, but Wells Fargo shares are down 55% here in 2020. All right, stick around. We've got the chart of the day coming your way with Dave Wilson. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massler, my co-host Jason Kelly, and we are Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Wall Street appears on track for a mostly lower close. Only the Nasdaq is modestly higher, pointing to another record high. Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 291. The S&P 500 down 10. The Nasdaq is up 70. Starting in about a week, it'll be no mask, no service at all company-owned Starbucks cafes in the U.S. The coffee chain plans to enforce the requirement whether local officials mandate it or not. United and American Airlines are extending their suspensions of service to Hong Kong, citing new COVID-19 testing requirements for arriving crew. The rules say any crew member refusing to be tested will face possible fine or imprisonment. Verizon is extending its low-income internet offer through the rest of the year. The program offers 200 megabit Fios service with no data cap to customers eligible for its Lifeline discount program for as little as $19.99 per month. Larry Kofsky, Bloomberg Radio.
You're fierce. You take care of business and don't hold back. Taking care of your health shouldn't be any different. You know when something's off. Don't ignore symptoms like fatigue, joint pain, and rashes. Listen to your body. It could be lupus. We're here to help you take control. Learn how at BeFierceTakeControl.org. Brought to you by the Lupus Foundation of America and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
COVID-19. On days when it seems there are nothing but questions.
What about the pandemic emergency purchase program in Europe?
What's the medical side of this?
We try to ask good ones.
How long until we have an answer on what drugs can help us fight this pandemic?
How do you think this has the potential to rattle markets?
Does that mean we should shut down?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
It's a rather controversial question being asked.
Bloomberg, the world is listening. The market.
So I often struggled at school. Once, when we had a maths test, I looked around the room and everyone was just doing it. And I couldn't, and I began to cry. But my teacher came over and said, it might look like one big problem, but it's just a handful of small ones. And you can deal with that. I hear her voice in my head for every problem I face to this day.
Teaching. Every lesson shapes a life. You could get £26,000 tax-free to train as a teacher. Subject to eligibility, selected subjects only. Search Get Into Teaching.
London. Toolstation are here to help get your job safely started and finished. With over 60 branches within the M25. All open with social distancing and contactless click and collect from 5 minutes. And with 20,000 top trade quality products to choose from. Order online now for collection in London branches and get £5 off when you spend over £30 with the code LON530. So, get your job started at toolstation.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Who says you can't have a laugh while getting serious about America's pastime? On the daily podcast Locked On MLB, comedian and baseball fanatic Paul Francis Sullivan talks about each team, each pennant race, and everything else in the game. From rule changes and controversies to baseball cards and stadium food.
For those of you who are not familiar with me or the old show, I love to obsess over baseball. I'm talking baseball over the Super Bowl. We had a TV showing the division series during my wedding.
Search Locked On MLB on TuneIn to listen today.
To help keep you and your loved ones safe, TuneIn has the latest guidelines from the CDC. Indoor gatherings. Wash your hands and don't touch your face. Stay at least 6 feet from people you don't live with. Wear a mask. Don't share food, toys, or other items, and avoid shared surfaces. Open windows for better ventilation. Try to avoid gathering indoors as much as possible. For the latest stories and updates on COVID-19, search Coronavirus News on TuneIn.
Did you know that with TuneIn's local radio feature, you can stream live FM and AM stations broadcasting in your area? Discover local news, talk, and music stations. Navigate to the local radio section under Browse to listen locally on TuneIn.
We're all guilty of spending too much time on social media. Why not add something genuinely useful to your feed with TuneIn? Follow at TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to learn about some of the best stuff happening around the app. You might just discover your next audio obsession.
Looking for your daily fix of NFL news and analysis?
In that. So we had to blow it up into Super Bowl predictions instead.
Look no further than the Pick Six podcast, where CBS sports writer Will Brinson gets you up to speed with what's trending in the NFL that day, so that you're always in the know.
Yeah, it's pretty revealing of Brinson's methodology for predictions. When he gets mad at people for predicting good teams are going to win the Super Bowl or good players are going to win major awards, that's how you wind up.
Search Pick Six on TuneIn to listen.
Next time on the New Yorker Radio Hour, Kenan Thompson. He's the longest-running cast member ever on Saturday Night Live, and it took him years to feel like he belonged.
It just never seemed real for so long. Like, I had such a hard time even associating myself being on the show for a long time. Like, I wouldn't watch, you know what I'm saying, just because I felt like I was ruining it.
Kenan Thompson joins us next time on the New Yorker Radio Hour. Listen to this episode on TuneIn today.
You love TuneIn for live-breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
To New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Coming up, we're going to get Dave Wilson's chart of the day, another look at tech. I believe 2014 is the date we're talking about here.
Yeah, exactly. Is it 2014 or 2004?
Oh, well, we'll have to find out. Maybe people should tune in. Maybe I should tune in.
How's that for a tease, folks?
Could be 6 years, could be 16. Who knows?
Oh, my God, it's such a Thursday. All right, let's get back to your top business stories. Check on that trading day. 29 minutes to go, Charlie Bellett.
All right, we've got stocks lower across the board. Carol Master with the S&P now lower by 25. That is a drop of 0.8%. The Dow down 421, lower by 1.7%. And NASDAQ holding on to a gain right now at 10,505, up 13. It is higher by about 0.1%. Equities are slumping on concern that a resurgence in coronavirus cases will derail the comeback for the U.S. economy. Oil has dipped below $40 a barrel, while treasuries are jumping. The 10-year up 17/32 with the yield on the 10-year 0.60%. Gold down 0.4%, 18.02 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude lower by 3.7%, now at $39.37 for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude. So it is a down day for the U.S. stock market. Tesla's promotion of its driver assistance autopilot is under scrutiny in Germany, where a court is scheduled to rule next week on whether the car maker is misleading consumers. Tesla shares, though, they keep on going, up 1.1% today, now at $13.80. In terms of the year-to-date numbers for Tesla, this is a stock that has surged by 230%. After earnings, Bed Bath & Beyond plunging 25.7%. 333 on Wall Street. That means it's time for the Small Business Report. And here's John Tucker.
Well, today we're speaking with Amanda Freeman. She's a health and fitness guru with two small businesses, SLT Workout Studios and Stretched Wellness Center in New York City. Amanda, I understand you just opened your second Stretch location in March, just right before the pandemic hold. That must have been a short stint. Are the doors now open again?
Stretched was able to open in New York City on Monday and Stretched in Westchester. So we have a Stretched in Rye Ridge Shopping Center in Rybrook. That was actually able to open last week. We do have a few locations that can't open for classes, but can open for one-on-one, for some private training.
Now, do you find that your clients are willing to come back, or have they expressed fears about possible safety concerns?
It definitely is a mixed bag. We have clients who were eager to come in even before, to be honest, it was legal. And we had to turn them away because we obviously wanted to comply with state regulations.
And then you have clients who aren't planning to come back probably till 2021.
Well, given all that, what's in store for the future for your businesses?
I think the key to the future is getting through the next 6 months. And I say I have two trains of thought going. There's how to survive, and then there's how to thrive. There's making sure that your business survives, and the key to that is conserving your cash and spending money wisely. And then there's thriving. Everyone says when times are tough, that's when opportunity abounds. And so the key is also putting ourselves in the position to thrive after this. What are the new opportunities? And, we're doing our best to keep track of expenses and maximize revenues. We've actually upgraded our equipment in a lot of the studios, so we've actually been able to sell old equipment to clients who are desperate to do the workout at home. And so that's actually been helpful just to generate some extra revenue to keep us going.
All right, Amanda, thanks. Amanda Freeman, owner of SLT and Stretched. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Small Business Report.
And we thank you very much, John Tucker, again, recapping equities lower. S&P down 25, a drop of 0.8%. NASDAQ stretching for a record up 24, higher by 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. SLT that we just heard about, Laura Chapman, our good friend, is a huge SLT fan.
I didn't know
Big
that.
customer, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's got a Pilates situation going on there. All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg.
Warn you, Dave Wilson, that Jason and I need a really good song, and you once again delivered. But it means we just may want the song to kind of go on a little bit longer. Billy Joel, man. Every time we hear Billy Joel, and I think we've all seen his concert at the Garden, I mean, it is just incredible. And obviously he hasn't been able to do it, but it is just one of the best concerts in the round. It's just so cool.
It is good. It's great. I totally agree with that. Dave Wilson, great song choice.
Go to Extremes.
We're talking about tech, and I believe Carol had the date right, and I had it wrong.
Correct, Jason.
Yeah, it happens.
We're talking about 2004 and what that means for the NASDAQ 100 index. This all ties into what's called forward price earnings ratio. So in other words, PE based on earnings estimates rather than historical profit. And it's an indicator that Michael Purvis, who's the CEO of Tall Bank and Capital Advisors, cited in a research note yesterday. And when you run the numbers on the Bloomberg terminal, you find out that the forward PE as of yesterday was at 28.1. That was just 1/10 of a percentage point below a peak reached back in December 2004. And actually, when I looked today, the ratio was above that level, just above, but enough to show you that you're getting valuations that you haven't seen in 20 years. And indeed, it is still there. So a couple of listeners who are on my chart of the day list said, what about 2000? Well, unfortunately, the data on the Bloomberg terminal only goes back to 2001 for the NASDAQ 100. So you don't know exactly how things lined up at the peak of the internet-driven bull market of the 90s. That said, I mean, if you look at a company like Microsoft, which I did after one of the readers suggested I do that, one of the listeners and people on the list, you find out that the forward PE was basically twice as high at the end of the 90s into 2000 as it is now. So, it's possible to figure that the valuations may have been much higher by this indicator, during the last time tech stocks were in vogue the way they are now. That said, I mean, you can say stocks are expensive, and that's really the point. Although, interestingly, Purvis looks at treasury yields and said, NASDAQ 100 could go 20% higher from here. Yeah. Because by that standard, it's not expensive. So
maybe not so bad, right?
Yeah, exactly. If you want to know more, folks, send me an email. I'll get you the chart, the explanation that goes with it, and everything I do going forward. The email address is dwilson@bloomberg.net, That's dwilson@bloomberg.net.
We'll talk to Kathy Wood about this because this is her world, and she has, attracted a lot of investor money, and rightfully so, because she has really made incredible calls on the tech world. So we'll see what she has to say, Dave, about those valuations. Dave Wilson with his chart of the day. Dave will be along a little bit later on with his stock of the day. Should we? Yeah, you're smiling. I know, Billy Joel.
I'm just messaging you Billy Joel songs. Anyway, we'll get to that later on. All right, let's head down to Washington. Nancy Lyons there. She's got world national headlines. Hey, Nancy.
Hey, Jason. Joe Biden says the U.S. needs to build back better as it emerges from the challenges it now faces.
Enough is enough. It's time to reverse the priorities in this country. It's time to help small businesses, middle-class folks manage their way through a pandemic. And let's help millions of would-be entrepreneurs get out from under their debts so they can start businesses.
The Democratic presidential nominee just finished outlining his economic blueprint near Scranton, Pennsylvania. He says it's time to end the era of shareholder capitalism and move the focus toward the worker. He says his plan will foster manufacturing and encourage innovation. The Supreme Court says President Trump does not have blanket immunity when it comes to congressional and state investigations. The court has cleared a New York grand jury to receive Trump's financial records as part of a criminal investigation that includes hush money payments to women who claim they had affairs with Trump. But the case is likely to be heard again in a lower court. And the Supreme Court is blocking for now the release of Trump's taxes to Congress. The case is now expected to go back to a lower court. The ousted U.S. attorney leading investigations into President Trump's allies says Attorney General William Barr pressured him to resign. Jeffrey Berman, the former federal prosecutor for the Southern District of New York, is testifying behind closed doors before the House Judiciary Committee. Berman says he told Barr he was not interested in leaving his position. The committee is probing whether the Justice Department has become politicized. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
Imagine being denied an apartment because of your religion or your race or because you have children or a disability.
It's so wrong.
Yes, but who has the power to stop this?
You do. Each of us has the power. The law is on your side. It's illegal for landlords to discriminate because of race, color, religion, sex, national origin, disability, or familial status. If you suspect that you have experienced housing discrimination, file a complaint with HUD immediately so we can investigate it. Fair housing is your right.
Use it.
To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. Or call 1-800-669-9777. 1-800-669-9777. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Why do hedge funds and other alternative managers rely on Pershing for a highly personalized experience? Mark Alderati, a managing director at BNY Mellon's Pershing and head of Prime Services, explains.
In today's fast-paced environment, where the only constants are change and volatility, you need a prime broker who's both steady and agile, focused on supporting your needs so that you can focus on growing your business and producing results. Exceptional client service and advocating for our clients is at the core of what we do. Our award-winning high-touch team is just one of the benefits of working with BNY Mellon. We help alternative investment managers create great experiences for their clients. Whether it's customized financing, securities lending solutions, platform access, or outsourced trading, BNY Mellon's Pershing is a prime broker who's committed to this business and dedicated to meeting your evolving demands.
To learn more about the unique and industry-leading solutions for hedge funds and other alternative managers, visit Pershing.com. Pershing, LLC. Member FINRA, NYSE, SIPC.
If knowledge is... Decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Thursday evening by the scruff of the neck. Ignore this gloomy weather and carve your path to success, which begins just down the road in Southampton at Solent University. After 3 years here, you don't just get a degree. You get a ton of support, real-world experience and connections, and interview fuel. That's why we're in the top 25 for student satisfaction in the Complete University Guide. At Solent University, we're ready for the future. Apply now at solent.ac.uk/clearing.
Honda. We're not a car company. We're more of a listening company. And now our ears have brought our attention to where people feel most comfortable, the lounge. So we asked ourselves, what could Honda do to innovate in this space? Well, how about more space? Calm and uncluttered, with modern yet retro styling, and built-in screens compatible with your games console. It's the most comfortable lounge you've ever driven. Introducing the new Honda E, our small electric city car. Honda, the power of dreams.
We're all guilty of spending too much time on social media. Why not add something genuinely useful to your feed with TuneIn? Follow @TuneIn on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram to learn about some of the best stuff happening around the app. You might just discover your next audio obsession. Buckle up, race fans.
NASCAR is back in the driver's seat.
And you can cut straight to the action here.
With the Performance Racing Network on TuneIn, you can hear PRN's live coverage of some of this year's top events.
As NASCAR's top drivers, Kevin Harvick,
Clint Boyer, and more get back on the track.
Search Performance Racing Network to listen and see upcoming races.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
On the Media heads to Montgomery, where a new memorial to lynching victims asks us all to face this country's past.
I think people realize, yeah, something bad probably did happen. And they don't want to acknowledge it because they're afraid they're going to be punished for it. I have no interest in punishing this nation for its history. I want to liberate us.
On this week's special episode of On the Media from Alabama. Listen to the On the Media podcast on TuneIn today.
Where do sports, culture, and basketball nostalgia collide? On their podcast, Knuckleheads, NBA veterans Quentin Richardson and Darius Miles sit down with athletes, musicians, and entertainers to get brutally honest, totally unguarded conversations about everything, from current events to untold stories from the golden era of sports.
Kill O'Neal. You know that, right? I tried to tip dunk all the free throw line one time.
Search Knuckleheads on TuneIn to listen.
Ready to talk brass tacks on what's happening in Major League Baseball? Turn to the Effectively Wild podcast from Fangraphs for daily statistics, analysis, and commentary.
One team will say, yeah, we're going to keep paying minor leaguers their stipend, and another team will say, we're going to extend the stipend through this month, and then another team will say, nope, we're cutting them off, so are extending it at least through August, which would basically be the end of the minor league regular season.
Search Effectively Wild on TuneIn to listen.
At Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 13 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ trading mixed right now. The Dow and S&P are lower. NASDAQ is higher. The 10-year yield, 0.60%. S&P down 18, down 0.6. The Dow down 374, down 1.4%. Have been down 543 points. NASDAQ holding on to a 54-point gain, on track for a record. NASDAQ up now by about 0.5%. So it is a down day for the U.S. stock market. Right now we have got, as I mentioned, stocks trading mixed. Equities, those slumping on concern that a resurgence in coronavirus cases will derail the comeback for the U.S. economy. Oil has dipped below $40 a barrel. Right now, West Texas Intermediate crude is trading at $39.50 a barrel, down $3, down by 3.4%. Gold is down 0.3%, $18.03 the ounce. Again, recapping here, S&P down 12, a drop of 0.4%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
Just drive, baby.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everyone. Time for the drive to the close. With us, David Traynor. He is founder and CEO at New Constructs, and he joins us on the phone from Nashville, Tennessee. David, so delighted to have you here with us. And I have to say, Jason and I are probably a little jealous because we would both love to be in Nashville. I've never been. What?
Nash Vegas.
Nash Vegas?
Nash Vegas. That's right.
All right.
You've never been to Nashville?
I know. It's one of those places I've never been
absurd.
to. Okay. All right. So, David, we're a little wacky today. It's been a long week. Tell us, though, first of all, how things are going in Nashville.
Things in Nashville here are great. I think the secret is out. I think that's why Jason's a little surprised you haven't already been here. You know, when I first came back after living in New York for 7 years, it was still a small town. But, yeah, the secret's out. So it's crowded and has a lot of the same big city ills that that we have to experience in other places, but with not as much art and maybe cosmopolitan population. And what's the virus look like and sort of the economic impact of that? Because we're hearing a lot about the Sun Belt, David, right now. In my hometown of Atlanta, obviously, and home state of Georgia are experiencing some woes. What's it looking like in Tennessee? As you can tell, I'm talking to you. I'm just dropping my G's all over the place. But what does it feel like and look like from that perspective? It's not good. We were at phase 3. We had to roll back. All the bars downtown, I think, are shut down now. They've delayed the start of high school football season. That's potentially in jeopardy, which would be pretty devastating. So I think we're operating under, an abundance of caution, like a lot of places, and making sure we can get it back under control if needed. But yeah, I think we're all kind of surprised. We're all kind of reeling. We got everybody's wearing a mask now, and parking lot in my office used to be a lot more full than it is now, so it's retrenching for sure. It feels like. So, what does that tell you? As someone who's looking at the market from an investment lens, because you sent some ideas over, and some of them, have to do with a world that is not locked down, and hospitality names and travel. So, help us understand that thesis. Yeah, I'm not trying to say here that things aren't bad and maybe even going to get worse, but they're not as bad as oftentimes people think, or certainly what analyst estimates imply. We see two things during periods of market crash or economic kind of downturn. One, you see a lot more unusual non-recurring expenses. They're real in the moment, but they're not normal, right? But there's also a kitchen sink effect.
Right.
It's really clear in the data. Anytime you look back over any of the last, if you go back to the tech bubble, you go back to the financial crisis, companies take advantage when times are bad and sentiment is sort of negative no matter what, to throw the kitchen sink in terms of expenses and write-downs and clear the books, so that when things get back to the good old go-go times, they've got nothing but positive earnings surprises for the foreseeable future. Okay,
so maybe good for publicly held companies, good for their stock prices, good for investors who are in the market, but not necessarily great for workers. And I'm just kind of hearkening back to a conversation we had at the top of the hour with Frances Donald over at Manulife, looking at the economy, and she said, I'm concerned about some of the structural scarring that we're going to see with workers who are out of work, and the longer they are, they see skills erosion, their personal finances get depleted, and that's not good. So I do wonder how you balance that in, or does that not necessarily impact the outlook for companies, publicly held companies? David?
My feeling, Carol, is that that's more of a short-term than a long-term issue. I think that, I think that, look, we've been for, almost a generation, certainly the last 20, 25 years, in a transitioning economy, moving from an industrial to more of an intellectual and creative economy, and people have had to adapt their skill sets. We don't have as many steel workers as we do, as we did in the past, and people are developing newer and different skills. MBAs and universities, business schools and universities are teaching new different skills. I know part of what we do with one of our big clients, Harvard Business School and Stanford Business Schools, we talk about how you use technology to analyze financial statements better. That wasn't done in the past, right? So, and this is something that we need to do. And to the extent COVID maybe forces it to happen a little faster, it's painful, but this is not pain without gain. And long term, I think it makes our economy stronger and better when we see more people forced to adopt new skills.
And so how bad does the short-term pain get here?
That's hard to say. I mean, I think, look, the administration was swift and strong in its response in terms of fiscal and monetary stimulus. Unprecedented, right? It's like they learned the lesson from the financial crisis. Paulson sort of threatening the bazooka was not a good strategy, right? And they didn't do that at all. And so, look, I mean, $2.2+ trillion, thrown at it. I've heard other entrepreneurs, business leaders complain to me about how they're having a hard time finding workers, from people that want to work at cell phone stores to people that want to work in manufacturing or a lot of sort of traditional skills,
right?
Because they're making more in unemployment than they would be at a job. So people aren't as hurting as maybe we think.
Well, listen, David, just got about a minute and a half or so left here. I just want to get to some of the names that you like. Simon Property Group, Southwest Airlines, Hyatt Hotels. I feel like these are among those that have been hit hard because of the pandemic and concerns about the future. Why do you like them?
The way I look at it is even, most of these stocks in general, big picture, traded around 20 times earnings, right? So if you would assume that they were to lose a full year of earnings, goes to zero, then you would see a 5% decline in the price. Whereas with those stocks we're talking about, we've seen 30, 40, 50+% declines in stock prices. And we know that their earnings are not going to be permanently 50, 30, 40% lower. So if you see through the dip, so to speak, and see a world that gets back to normal, even if it is 1, 2, 3, 4 years from now, it's way better than what the stock prices are implying.
Right, because each of them are down, I think, roughly 40% or more. So,
That's interesting math.
Right.
Yeah,
it's almost going back to like Citigroup during the financial. I always go back to that because when the stock was like at $1 and you wonder, was it just going to go away or would it be around in the future? And it is around.
It is around. It is indeed. All right, David Traynor, thanks so much. Chief Executive Officer for New Constructs in the great city of Nashville, Tennessee, Nash Vegas. Carol's got to get down there.
Your mom says I have to get down there.
Yeah.
Debbie's like, come on, Carol.
It's a great place. Visit our friends at Vanderbilt. Michael Ainsley.
When you leave out the room.
Decisions. Clearing. Isn't it great? So much choice. But hey, listening to me on your desktop isn't getting anything done. You need to take this Thursday evening by the scruff of the neck. Ignore this gloomy weather and carve your path to success, which begins just down the road in Southampton at Solent University. After 3 years here, you don't just get a degree. You get a ton of support, real-world experience and connections, and interview fuel. That's why we're in the top 25 for student satisfaction in the Complete University Guide. At Solent University, we're ready for the future. Apply now at solent.ac.uk/clearing.
Like right now? Get your cook on later with Asda. Get 3 for £3 on snacks like a 5-pack of Cathedral City nibbles and Dairyly Lunchables. Peckish anyone? Asda. Save money, live better. Selected stores and lines subject to availability. Lunchables 63 grams to 83.4 grams. Prices £1.50 to £1.55. Offers end 22nd of July.
Listening has always taught us a lot at Honda. And lately, we've been listening to your thumbs. Because thumbs can do everything now. The world is at their thumb tips. So now, the My Honda Plus app lets the thumb take control of your car too. Even when you're not inside the new Honda E, your thumb can find where you parked, set the temperature before you get in, check how much the battery is charged, and schedule charging for when electricity is cheapest. The new Honda E and My Honda Plus app. Oh, a thumbs up. Honda, the power of dreams.
How do we control coronavirus now? Listen to Steph. She's a bus driver.
Now that people are using public transport again, we really need to make sure that we keep each other safe. Passengers need to stay 2 metres apart. If that's not possible, make it at least 1 metre. I want to see everyone wearing face coverings over their mouth and nose unless you've got a good reason not to. And when you get to where you're going, you need to wash your hands. We've still got to play our part.
Stay alert. Control the virus. save lives.
You love TuneIn for live breaking news from CNN, MSNBC, Fox, CNBC, and more. But when you can't catch your favorite show as it airs, it might just be a click away as a podcast. Search your favorite news station to explore all the on-demand news shows on TuneIn.
Wanna bet football can make you feel nostalgic?
Playing days are over, so...
On the podcast, NFL Alumni Lounge, Charlie Booth sits down with retired NFL legends to talk about their careers, life after football, and everything in between.
Mr. Darren Waller, good to have you.
Yes, sir, it's good to be here.
Dana White, welcome to the Alumni Lounge.
Thanks for having me, brother.
Big member of our NFL alumni family, the CEO of the XFL, Mr. Oliver Luck.
Charlie, good to see you. Thanks for having me.
We're here with the president, Mr. Eric Price. Good to see you.
Search NFL Alumni Lounge on TuneIn to listen.
24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is Bloomberg Radio. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. There you have it. Sound of the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange as we wrap up trading on this Thursday, July 9th. Another record for NASDAQ, a losing day for both the Dow Jones Industrial Average and the S&P 500 Index. Equities slumped on concern that a resurgence in coronavirus cases will derail the comeback for the U.S. economy. Oil dipped below $40 a barrel. Treasuries jump with the 10-year up 17.30 seconds. The yield on the 10-year 0.60%. NASDAQ, as I mentioned, another record up 55 points, higher by 0.5%, bringing its year-to-date gain now to 17.6%. S&P down 17 at the close, lower by 0.6% at 3152. The Dow lost 360 points, lower by 1.4%. At the worst level of the day, the Dow had been down 543 points, lower by 2.1%. So a mixed day, but a losing day for the S&P 500 Index. As for the economic backdrop and the earnings outlook, David Traynor is CEO at New Constructs. He was our guest moments ago right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
Companies take advantage when times are bad and sentiment is sort of negative no matter what, to throw the kitchen sink in terms of expenses and write-downs and clear the books so that when things get back to the good old go-go times, you know, they've got nothing but positive earnings surprises for the foreseeable future.
Financial companies were among the worst performers on the S&P 500 Index, pushing the gauge to a one-week low as Wells Fargo prepared to cut thousands of jobs among some of the financial names. Wells Fargo down today by 2%. J.P. Morgan Chase dropped 2.2%. Citigroup down 2.8%. Bank of America lower by 1.4%. After earnings, Bed Bath & Beyond plunged 24.5%. Gold down 0.3%, 18.03 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude lower by 3.5%. Recapping, equities mixed. S&P lower, down 17, a drop of 0.6%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Your next move will be your last.
Nobody move a muscle.
Damn, Sippy, you got some moves.
And I'm moving on. Time is money. Let's go. Come on, move it. Shake it up.
Shake it up. Bloomberg Business Week. Movers and Shakers with Carol Masser and Jason Kelly on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, time to take a look, do a little bit of a deeper dive into today's trade. Of course, Charlie breaking down those major equity averages on this Thursday. S&P 500 overwhelmingly to the downside, 115 names actually showing some gains, but 390 names in the S&P 500 declining in the Thursday trade. And if I look at those 11 major industry groups, Jason, I think Charlie highlighted as well, consumer discretionary and information technology, so some of those tech names continuing to outperform. Everything else, though, was down. Bottom of the pack, industrials, financials, energy, the worst performer, down nearly 5% in today's trade. But it's been, I feel like, a tortured trade. I know I've said that a lot today, but I think that is a fair way of kind of describing it. I think it makes sense ahead of earnings. We're just kind of waiting for some more visibility, maybe from CEOs. And, you know, at this point right now, investors focusing on the virus headlines and the struggles to reopen this economy.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we look back at this week, and you and I were teeing up our weekend show earlier today and getting that all in the can, and, you know, I think part of it is it's not a whoa week, it's a whoa week. You know, it's more of a, like, slow down. We need to take stock, literally and figuratively, of where we are, both economically and health-wise. We are in the midst still of a massive health crisis, and it is increasingly manifesting in a slowdown in reopening. And I think that you're seeing that in individual names, and you're also seeing that, it feels like, in the texture of the trade. Now, there are clearly opportunities. We just heard that from our guest down there in Nash Vegas, David Traynor. And, you know, and yet it's really hard to be bullish right now, given everything that's crossing the terminal.
I want to go back to Francis Donald, who joined us from Manulife, because I feel like he said, you know, we're in the beginning of the phase of the stall out, right? And it's phase 2, but nonetheless, we're seeing kind of optimism, the market stall out a bit. And she said, you know, what's next is phase 3, but that's when we have a vaccine. That's when we get to talk more about the new normal. And so I think we need to figure out exactly where we are to kind of understand the trade.
Yeah, absolutely. I did want to mention one name. We mentioned it briefly yesterday in the context of some store closures. Your favorite store, Bed Bath & Beyond, that stock just getting pummeled today. It's already down below $10. It lost 25% of its value. It was just above $10 when it closed yesterday, $10.41. It had actually gone up yesterday and gave everything back and more, closing at $7.86. And the earnings there, the turnaround plan, not really taking hold with investors. Jeffrey's saying that progress is, quote, lacking.
Yeah, exactly. Stock's down about 54%. You and I have been talking about Bed Bath & Beyond. I mean, I know I kid a lot
As
about
you might say, 4 years.
4 years. My frustration with the store a little bit. But it's, again, a reminder, and we've heard this from much smarter voices than myself in the retail sector, just we're overstored. And those stores that are clinging on to older models, maybe with not a clear identity, I mean, consumers are shopping differently. And I do think this time at home, this whole, I really am going to kind of beat this just in time, like you are reminded daily that, oh wait, I need something, oh I can get it, and I'll get it pretty soon. Even at the height of the crisis in the pandemic, when we had to kind of wait a little bit, you still could get things. And that's going to shape a lot of us as consumers forever.
I do want to quickly mention one positive note in the market today.
Sure.
That was in the world of semiconductors. Both AMD and Maxim were up, and that actually drove the Philly Semiconductor Index, the SOX, up about 1.3%. So feels like, you know, we were talking about NVIDIA yesterday eclipsing Intel in terms of market cap value, market capitalization. So some enthusiasm for AMD and Maxim amid all of that.
Just quickly, I want to mention Tesla because it was up another 2%. The company saying, Elon Musk specifically claiming that Tesla is on the verge of solving full autonomous vehicles. We're going to talk about that with Kathy Wood in just a moment. We know Tesla has been on just a tear.
Volatility, the VIX up a little less than 4% today, closing at 29.19. It's Bloomberg.
All right, Dave, you're up.
Hi, my name is Dave.
Wilson, where are you? Wilson!
Just what do you think you're doing, Dave?
We're going for a price on Wilson.
Open up the door. It's Dave. Who? Dave.
Hey, Mr. Wilson. Dave Wilson back with us with your stock of the day. What you got?
Covenant Logistics Group, Jason. It's a trucking company that carries full truckloads of goods for its customers. The company also manages truck fleets and warehouses, which explains the logistics in its name. Covenant was founded in 1986 and went public in 1994. The ticker is CVLG. The company's shares rose to a record in March 2015 and have been up and down ever since. This year, they fell as much as 49% before recouping the entire loss and then some. Covenant rose to an 8-month high today after making a deal to shrink its financing business, known as Transport Financial Solutions. The agreement involves factoring, in which truckers get paid when goods are delivered rather than having to wait to collect from their customers. Now, Covenant sold the operation to Triumph Bancorp for $132 million in cash and stock. The company said it expects to have a pre-tax gain from the sale of $36 million, give or take $2 million. The gain will be recorded in the third quarter. quarter. And in response, Covenant shares rose as high as $16.26 in today's trading. They closed at $15.55, and that works out to a gain of 5.1%.
Right now up about 20% for the year, Dave. So it's had a pretty decent run here.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Dave Wilson, thank you so much. Always good to get your stock of the day following the chart. We'll catch up with you tomorrow for your market insights. Coming up in just a few minutes, we're going to check in with Kathy Wood. So excited to talk to her. She has been a Tesla bull, to say the least. She's been beyond a bull. She's been an evangelical bull.
But she's been right?
And
even when the stock was having a tough time, and she's been right on a lot of different calls when it comes to those companies out in the tech world and that are changing the way we do it, right? Whether it's healthcare, whether it's technology, whether it's auto, or however you want to describe Tesla as a company. So she's going to join us in just a moment. Let's get back to World and National News headlines. Let's check in with Ed Baxter. Hey, Ed.
Hello there. How are you guys doing? U.S. Supreme Court has backed a New York grand jury's bid for Donald Trump's financial records. In a second ruling, it has sent back to lower courts congressional subpoenas for his taxes. Bloomberg's Kevin Cirilli.
It's still unclear whether or not the tax returns of Donald Trump are going to be made public before November 3rd. But either way, again, a mixed ruling in terms of a win and a loss for Republicans and Democrats today.
But the president angrily tweeted that the ruling is political prosecution. And
so from a certain point, I'm satisfied. From another point, I'm not satisfied because, frankly, this is a political witch hunt.
But House Speaker Nancy Pelosi taking it as a win.
The Supreme Court, including the president's appointees, have declared that he is not above the law.
And says that work will continue on presidential oversight. CDC Director Dr. Robert Redfield is saying today that he is not changing guidelines for schools, as the Trump administration had tweeted.
It's not a revision of the guidelines. It's just to provide additional information to help the schools be able to use the guidance that we put forward.
But House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy's logic.
If we have found ways for restaurants, casinos, and others to open, we must find ways for our daycare and our schools to open safely.
California Governor Gavin Newsom says PG&E will emerge from bankruptcy, will have to be a very different company.
They're coming out with new expectations and ultimately new accountability and responsibility and a new criteria that if they don't perform, the state of California can intervene in ways we've never been able to with a private utility in the past.
Newsom also says California has new tools to suppress wildfires moving into the fire season. In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter. This is Bloomberg.
With perspective comes clarity.
Each week, the story seems to change.
The best experts bring you the most clarity.
Give us a sense of what's going on in the IPO market these days.
Vonnie Quinn.
Will there be an interest from LPs in newer managers here?
Paul Sweeney.
How are companies marketing their deals here in the time of COVID and social distancing?
Bloomberg Markets, weekday mornings at 10 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Melissa from Michigan. I work an extra part-time job serving lunch at my child's school, but I still can't afford to put food on our table.
Daniel from California. Choosing whether to pay the rent or pay to fix the car to get to work doesn't leave us with much at all. Now we can't even pay for meals.
Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
How long? How much? How many? Financial, policy, and medical experts are working on answers 24/7.
What about public debt?
We are listening to those experts 24/7.
Is the Fed effectively widening this wealth gap with its programs?
Because you want answers too.
What's the most important, the trillions in stimulus, the economy's reopening, or the infections curve bending?
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Economics.
All this doom and gloom. When you're facing a problem, like how to make an electric car more efficient, you could sit down and talk it through. But at Honda, we decided to listen to the wind tunnel. With wing mirrors? Or without? With? Without? With? Without? Or with cameras instead of wing mirrors? The new Honda E with wing cameras, not mirrors, because we listen to the wind. Honda, the power of dreams.
Picture this. Small businesses on eBay are
ploughing on, boxing up goods and rolling them out, shipping kettles,
instruments to kids,
art for walls,
treats to pets, shorts for sunny weekends,
to brighten up one British home at a time.
Thousands of small businesses on eBay are helping to keep the nation going. They are individually brilliant, stronger as one. Buy, sell, eBay.
Get ready for the University of Bedfordshire. We've got all you need to make ambition become reality, to make lifelong friendships, to make contacts in your chosen industry, to make a name for yourself, to make it. In fact, we've got everything except your application. So get it in, sit back and relax. Wait, actually, check out our generous scholarships and bursaries for support at every step at beds.ac.uk. Okay, now you can relax.
Give yourself a Diet Coke break.
How do we control coronavirus now? Listen to Steph. She's a bus driver.
Now that people are using public transport again, we really need to make sure that we keep each other safe. Passengers need to stay 2 meters apart. If that's not possible, make it at least 1 meter. I want to see everyone wearing face coverings over their mouth and nose unless you've got a good reason not to. And when you get to where you're going, you need to wash your hands. We've still got to play our part.
Stay alert. Control the virus. Save lives.
Thanks to National Lottery players, the Emerald Centre are now providing emergency food supplies and support for people in Bedfordshire like Alan. Thank you. And £600 million of National Lottery funding is on its way to thousands more local projects in England and across the UK during these exceptional times.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The National Lottery. Your numbers make amazing happen.
Next time on the New Yorker Radio Hour, Kenan Thompson. He's the longest-running cast member ever on Saturday Night Live, and it took him years to feel like he belonged.
It just never seemed real for so long. Like, I had such a hard time even associating myself being on the show for a long time. Like, I wouldn't watch, you know what I'm saying, just because I felt like I was ruining it.
Kenan Thompson joins us next time on the New Yorker Radio Hour. Listen to this episode on TuneIn today.
In case you didn't know, TuneIn lets you listen to the same radio stations you pick up on your home or car radio, except you can hear them from anywhere. If you want to find a station from somewhere else in the world, navigate to the By Location section under Browse. Keep exploring with TuneIn.
First, we're told that masks don't work. Then, we're told to wear them all the time. One week, we hear that the mortality rate is 2%. The next, well, who knows? In the time of COVID-19, there is so much uncertainty, and so much scientists are learning in real time, along with the rest of the world. So it's hard to know what you can be sure of and what's still a big question mark. Enter Podcast 19 from 538, where we'll explore the evidence behind the science in our fight against coronavirus. I'm science journalist Anna Rothschild. Each week, I'll investigate coronavirus mysteries, keep track of the latest developments on vaccines and treatments. Oh, and I'll try to edit out all the times I shush my family since I'm recording this thing from the chaos of my home.
Search Podcast 19 to listen today.
And breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. A move lower for the S&P 500 index. Another advance for NASDAQ, up 55 points. That was a gain today of 0.5%. S&P down 17, retreating by 0.6%, while the Dow fell 361 points, a drop today of 1.4%. 10-year up 18.30 seconds. seconds. The 10-year yield, 0.60%. Gold down 0.3%, 18.03 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 3.4%, 39.50 a barrel. Equities slumped on concern that a resurgence in coronavirus cases will derail the comeback for the U.S. economy. Financial companies among the worst performers as Wells Fargo prepared to cut thousands of jobs. Wells Fargo down today by 2.1%. Recapping, S&P lower by 17, down 0.6. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, appreciate that update. I have to say, last time she joined us, I got a bunch of tweets that, like, you didn't have enough time with her. So Kathy, we never do. Kathy Wood is back with us. She's CEO at ARK Investment. She's someone who I certainly look to regularly for her view on how our world is changing, the technologies and trends and companies that you really need to pay attention to.
You can say we.
As a result, we. Yes, I'm going to say we because you and I always are.
We talk about her all the time.
Yeah, exactly. From what I understand, she's pulled aside. She's in a car, pulled on the side of the road, and joins us as we speak. Kathy, great to have you back with us. How are you?
I'm great, Carol and Jason. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, I have to say, I was looking up all of your funds. Man, you are just hitting it out of the park again this year. I mean, the Innovation Fund is up more than 60%. Next Generation Internet Fund is up like 66%. Genomic is up, I think, nearly 72% this year. I mean, it is unbelievable. Tell me how you're managing this environment.
Well, it's been very interesting. I always say during risk-off periods that innovation gains traction during tough times because it solves problems and because consumers and businesses are willing to do things differently when they're afraid. And that's exactly what's happened. I mean, the coronavirus crisis, you know, we had a few days of indigestion in terms of performance, but we started to pull away when this notion, you know, we've been beating the drum long enough on it, that innovation is going to gain traction here, really began to sing. And I think that's what's happened this year.
So I have to ask you, Kathy, we're going to talk a little bit about Tesla in a minute, but, you know, a name that we've been talking a lot about this week is NVIDIA, you know, eclipsing Intel as the world's biggest chip maker by market value. Tell us about that name, because I feel like people who weren't watching it closely, that caught them by surprise.
Well, actually, I was just discussing this with our analyst, our artificial intelligence analyst, who came from NVIDIA. He was there for 9 years and has just done a bang-up job on the whole AI world with us. NVIDIA is the #1 AI chip company out there, and just acquired Mellanox, and so it's probably going to gain a bigger share of the data center generally from a networking point of view. So we still think it's a great story, but I will also tell you that it has dropped below our 15% hurdle. We have a 5-year minimum of 15% annualized returns. And it has dropped below that. I think it's dropped maybe to 8 to 10%. So it will still be a productive stock, we think, but we've pulled it out of our flagship portfolio. It's still in our next generation internet, and it still is also in our autonomous technology and robotics fund because it's so key to the data center and artificial intelligence, and also to autonomous driving, which is an AI project. And that's what we've primarily focused on in ARKQ.
Well, you queued us up really well for what we got on Tesla today and Elon Musk, because he put out that he is on the verge of developing technology that will make his vehicles fully capable of driving themselves. He said this, though, you know, Kathy, before. He's not been able to achieve it. Do you think something's different this time around?
Well, it's interesting. When we heard the words he used, last year he was using that it would be fully featured, which by the end of the year. Now he's saying it will have basic functionality. That sounds like it's more real and it's more realistic, right? Baseline functionality, my guess is it will start out slowly and learn as AI machines, algorithms, and so forth do over time. So baseline functionality sounds like we're getting very close.
Kathy, Kathy, I want to ask you, because you've had the benefit of spending time with him, and I know you had a virtual seminar, I think, a while ago where you were, that went out online, where you sat and talked with him. I mean, what is it that we need to understand about Elon Musk?
Well, he's a visionary, and Carol, you were so kind to have me on your show when, in 2014, I believe, when we had not even $40 million under management. And I remember talking about him at that time as the Edison of our time, and I do believe that's what he is. He's seen the future, and he's seen the convergence of technologies that is going to take us to the future. In the case of autonomous vehicles, it's robotics. Autonomous vehicles are robots. It's energy storage. They will be electric. Those costs are dropping dramatically and will wipe out the gas-powered world. And artificial intelligence. He saw those coming together, and he also took a leaf from Apple's book and basically said, you know what, I'm going to design my own AI chip. I am so far ahead of the other auto manufacturers, I have to do this. Just like Apple had to do this against Nokia, Motorola, and Ericsson. The rest was history, right?
Yeah.
I think the same thing's about to happen in the auto market. And it's not because NVIDIA is doing anything wrong. It's not. It's just there's a 4 to 5 year design cadence at the traditional auto manufacturers. And Tesla's in the 1 year design cycle. So, two different paradigms.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we're going to continue our conversation with Kathy Wood in just a few minutes after we do some news. Eager to talk with her a little bit about healthcare, because I know that that's an area that they've been looking at very closely as well. Obviously, vaccines are top of mind for everyone. I know Moderna, a name that you've heard a lot on our air, is something that she's been taking a look at as well, Carol.
Can I just say, when we first talked in 2014 and it was $40 million in assets, she's up to $17 billion in assets under management. It's because
So that was million with an M and billion with a B, right?
But it's because, she really has been out there and not afraid to make statements and stick to them, and conviction. Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to come back with Kathy again. Kathy Wood, Chief Executive Officer, Chief Investment Officer at ARK Investment. As I mentioned, $17 billion plus in assets under management. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Once again, the Nasdaq managed to set a new closing record on a gain of 0.5%, but the tech gains couldn't outweigh the coronavirus worries. The Dow and S&P lost 0.5% to more than 1.33%. The Dow down 361 points. The Nasdaq rose 55 to 10,548. The S&P fell 18. Investors are worried about the possibility of another round of business shutdowns because of the spike in coronavirus cases. Financial shares took a big hit with the Bloomberg News report that
well, I think nothing will happen until tomorrow. So I'll speak to you all tomorrow, as always, from 8 o'clock UK time. Have a great evening. Bye for now. Have a great one. Bye-bye.
Asset transfers. Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
Listen, as a hiring manager, I've got to tell you, the best job candidate isn't always the typical candidate. Sometimes they're a grad of life.
Meet the grads of life. Young adults of unique determination and experience. An ideal fit for your company in an entry-level position, internship, or mentorship. They might not have every qualification you typically look for, but they're exactly who your company needs.
Sometimes the best candidates aren't the ones you're used to.
Go to gradsoflife.org to learn how to find, cultivate, and train this great pool of untapped talent. Brought to you by the Ad Council and gradsoflife.org.
With COVID-19, so much is unknown.
Is this the worst you've seen?
But we are committed to getting you every piece of information we can as soon as we can.
Tell us about this first big win you have. What is it, 24 million N95 masks?
Fewer unknowns.